booked in for most of the day, actually. And there's about 600 registered who will get the recording as well. So we are recording all of this as well. So you'll get access to that hopefully in the next week or so. But yeah, we had a great turnout yesterday. We had people from Japan and Peru and India and Canada and London and New York. So welcome to everyone again. If there's any other countries which is a bit more exotic, that's not the UK and US, please put it in the chat. It'd be good to see where everyone's from again. It was really exciting for us knowing we've got such a wide audience. It's fantastic. And the people that were here yesterday, just put your hands up. I recognize quite a few names and faces. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks for coming back again. Really appreciate it. So we did the recaps after each session, and we did some of the recaps. We did the summary at the end of the day. And if you noticed, there was that thread through everyone's presentation that we heard from, and those kind of key takeaways. So the first one was about kind of curiosity and passion and purpose. So be intellectually curious, learn about new things, and then it'll help you discover your passion, and that will help you discover your purpose and what you want to be looking for. The second one is about failing fast. Everyone mentioned that it's absolutely fine and good to fail, but you need to make sure you're learning from failure. And because of the fact that a lot of you are kind of in the early parts of your careers or still students, you can afford to take more risks earlier on in your career. So when you do that, make sure you're learning and failing fast. And then the third thing that we learned was everyone was kind of saying the same thing again, that every company is going to be a fintech company. And again, when we say fintech, it's the broad sweep of everything from Web3 and crypto and blockchain all the way through to capital markets, which is my background. And we'll hear from some people in that area today. And then through to neobanks and payments and robo-advisors. We kind of call all of that fintech. So just a quick introduction from us again. So work in fintech, we're here to help people like yourselves build careers and companies in fintech and Web3. Myself, my name's Matthew Cheung. I'm one of the co-founders of Work in Fintech. I've also founded some fintech companies myself. The first one was a company called RANsquawk, and we were doing real-time financial news for traders. And then the second one, we'll hear from a couple of people from my company, ipushpull, today. One of the co-founders is going to speak next. And then ipushpull is providing real-time data sharing and workflow into capital markets as well. And then we've been working together with Work in Fintech with this amazing group of people, this amazing team. So thank you, Daniela, Penny, and Meng, you're helping to run all this stuff behind the scenes. And then, let me just hand over to Ying as well, and she can introduce herself again for those of you who didn't tune in yesterday. Go for it, Ying.
Hello, everyone. Hello from New York. So my name is Ying. I'm a co-founder of Work in Fintech, and I'm currently based in New York. I'm an immigrant. I grew up in China and came to the States about 16 years ago and started my, I would say, traditional finance then to fintech journey. And to what we discussed yesterday, when Matt and I started our career probably 15, 20 years ago, we wish we had something like this, that we can bring the speakers together and we can have a community that really help us along our career journey, but we didn't. So that's one of the reasons we wanted to create this community or create this initiative to really inspire people, educate people what fintech is, and also how to break into fintech. So a little bit of my background, a little bit different than Matt, who is an entrepreneur almost all through his career. I started out in corporate. I spent the last 15 years in traditional finance, originally in management consulting, Oliver Wyman, and then moved to Barclays and stayed for about 10 years at Barclays. And I did different roles, I did sales and trading. And then later on, when I left Barclays, I was the head of digital product, which actually opened the door for me to fintech. And we're very excited to be here with you all today. And we have amazing lineup, with speakers and experts from all different areas of fintech. So take the best use of this event and also join us in the Discord group to continue the conversation.
And like we were doing yesterday, we'll kind of ask the same set of questions to the speakers. It's kind of four questions really. One is, what's your story and background, and how did you end up working in fintech? The second one is to talk about what the particular person's company does, and explain it in terms of someone who's learning about a lot of these areas. Like, for example, we heard from Sebastian Widman, who's at Moreno, and we got him to talk about what does a custodian actually mean, because a lot of people might not actually know. The third question is what that person's role entails. What's the career progression of someone in that role? Any advice to job seekers looking to get into that space? And then the fourth question, or fourth point to cover, is any roles that company is hiring for, any advice they can give in applying for those roles, any general advice around kind of interviews and sending CVs and reaching out to people on LinkedIn. So we'll kind of cover those four questions. We've got the speakers we have today. We've got David Jones, who I can see here already. He's going to be talking about kind of the technology side of things. We'll have Clare Ashley following. She's an MD of engineering at Goldman Sachs. We've got Riko Eksteen, who's from Adaptive. He's going to be talking about desktop strategy, so more kind of producty. And then we're going to move into business strategy and corporate development with some people from CrossTower, which is a crypto firm, from Gemini. You probably know them from the Winklevoss brothers who founded Facebook. They went on to create Gemini, which is a massive crypto company now. And then we're going to hear from another person from ipushpull around technical sales as well. And then to finish it all off, we're going to hear from 12-year-old Benyamin Ahmed, who's an NFT prodigy. He's the youngest guest lecturer at Oxford University. He's made $18 million in NFT sales, and he's 12. He's fantastic. So do stick around for that. That will be at 5:45 London time or 12:45 Eastern time. So just to kick off again, just so we can see the makeup of the audience, we're just going to run a couple of quick polls again, just so we can keep what we're talking about focused around the group that's here. Do you want to kick those off, Ying?
Yep. 1 sec. Cool. So can you guys all see the poll questions? I'm just going to read it out loud. So we have 3 questions, similar to yesterday. So the first one is, are you looking for a job in fintech? And if so, is that within the next 3 months, within next year, or you're just here to learn? And the second question is, what stage of your career are you on right now? Are you a student? Are you experienced professionals with 1 to 5 year experience, or you have 5+ years experience? And the third question is, what do you want to get out of today? And you can choose multiple choices. First one is learn more about various subsectors in fintech, and then learn more about job opportunities, or gain career advice, or expand my network.
Yeah, and if everyone can vote, it is useful for us to be able to focus. When we're hosting the interviews, we can focus the questions to help you. It's got about 65% of people have answered so far. If everyone can, that'd be great. We'll just give it another 10 seconds. And then we can go through some of the answers. So yeah, do you want to share those, Ying?
Yeah. So can you all see the results? It's actually quite interesting. So the first one, are you looking for a fintech job? We actually have 50% of participants that's looking for a job in the next 3 months. So this is perfect, right? And you guys can make sure you ask a lot of questions with the speakers. That's kind of focusing on maybe interview and then what type of jobs is available right in the next 3 months. And always join our Discord group, right? We have really great groups of people that can support you along the way. And the second question is, what stage of your career? We have 47% of the audience are actually students, and we have 28% have 1 to 5 years experience, and also 25% that's 5+ years experience. And the third question is, what do you want to get out of today? It's pretty balanced. I think 91%, or I would say a lot of people choose to learn more about job opportunities and then gain career advice and also learn the subsectors of fintechs are like, the second. And the third one is expand my network.
So just some housekeeping again before we move on to our first speaker. So the format will be the same as yesterday. So we do a 30-minute presentation with the speaker, and then it'll be a 10-minute Q&A. And then any questions, make sure you're firing them into the Zoom chat. And then Meng, Penny, and Daniela can pick those up and they'll field them. As many questions as possible is really good. We can kind of get a sense for the type of things that you want to learn about. We'll have 5-minute breaks in between those sessions as well. In terms of the different things that will be kind of dropping into the chat, do keep an eye on that in the Zoom chat. So any kind of links or resources the speakers might be talking about, like for example, we dropped in like the Bitcoin white paper yesterday when someone mentioned it. With the proof of attendance NFTs as well, so I can see lots of faces back here from yesterday as well. So we'll work on that over the next couple of days and get those sent out to you as well. We'll also give you access to the Working Fintech app. And we're starting to pull together essentially like a jobs board with full-time jobs and internships as well. So I know lots of you are very keen on that. Internships is quite interesting. I don't know if you picked up on that theme yesterday, that it was a very good way for people to experience lots of different parts of a company, different roles, finding out what they like and don't like. So we'll start working with all of the companies that we talk to try and get more internships out of them, and we'll probably create some kind of Working Fintech internship itself together with all those different companies. There's already 2 companies we're talking to about that. The other kind of social media links and so on, we'll drop those into the chat. Make sure you do follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn. We're also on Instagram and TikTok, and do join the Discord chat. Anything else to add to that, Ying?
No, just make sure you put the questions in the chat, right, for the speakers. And because we only have a limited time for Q&A, but don't worry, right? Because if we don't get to your questions during the Q&A session, we'll make sure to go through the questions and get back to you after the event. So your question will always be answered, right? So if you have any questions, don't feel hesitant to put it in the chat.
Great. Okay. Well, David Jones will we can probably get started with you a few minutes early. We've got about 60 people in the chat today, so there's half of them are students, 25% young professionals who have just started working, and the other 25% people with more than kind of 5 years experience. So David Jones I work with, I see this lovely face every day. And David Jones is the co-founder and CTO of ipushpull. He used to work in traditional finance and then moved over to fintech. He is a master of getting very complex ideas and distilling them into very simple, easy to understand delivery of knowledge, which I think you're great at, Dave. So I guess from here we'll just hand over to you. So if you can just give us a quick introduction and just talk about firstly your story, your journey. How did you get to where we are now in fintech? And you worked in traditional finance, you studied some interesting topics when you were a student, you traveled around, you did lots of things to kind of see the bigger, wider world before jumping in. Can you talk about that journey?
Yeah, sure. Thanks very much everybody for tuning in today. Yes, so I was looking back over my career up to the point where I founded ipushpull. It hasn't really been particularly a straight line, but I guess there are some kind of common themes running through it. And I think the main ones are really a love for technology and innovation, and wanting to use it to make people's lives easier. I started with a university. I studied a bachelor's in computer science at Manchester in the UK a long time ago. So I was set out on a technology career right from the very start, but I almost immediately did a bit of a handbrake turn and started and went to work in Japan for a year as an English teacher. I think I'd always been kind of pushed through school, and I went to university quite young. So even though it horrified my parents, I thought I want to actually go out and do something that I wanted. And I had no idea whether it would be something that I would, I'd be able to benefit from in my career going forward. But at the time, it was just an adventure. So I think there's, when you're, something you mentioned in the preamble, when you're young, you've got time to do these kind of things and go out and discover the things that you really, you're really passionate about. I came back And then my first job in technology was working for a consultancy. And I was working mainly, we worked mainly in kind of industrial applications, manufacturing applications. So we were doing things like automating warehouses. So you could sit at a terminal and watch, press a few buttons and watch cranes whiz around and pick pallets off off shelves and so on. So I mean, it was quite interesting, but I guess it wasn't really the intellectual challenge I was looking for from my job. So I bailed after a couple of years and back to Japan. So I did a master's then in Japanese. So I spent another few months out in Japan, really improved my kanji and got to a point of being able to speak pretty well. But still, it wasn't really something I could find I could base a career on. But what I started looking for was trying to find something that could combine the technology and this interest in these foreign cultures. So I managed to get a job at Barclays. So I realized I was at Barclays for almost as long as Ying was. I was there for 7 years in the end. But I joined Barclays and started working in their equity derivatives team. And I was just a junior developer starting somewhere, responsible for working on their risk management and pricing systems. And this was, I guess this really was a baptism of fire, because suddenly I was working on platforms that were used by traders, by risk management, by the middle office, being used to price up and value these portfolios of instruments that were worth millions, billions of pounds. And so if there's any kind of mistake in your code, then it could cost them a lot of money. And when people did make mistakes, which did happen, it always ended up costing the bank money rather than making money, which it would seem that it should be 50%. You should make money 50% of the time, it shouldn't. So it was quite, it was a very interesting role. And it was everything that I expected from investment banking. It was dealing with the traders on the desk. They were very highly stressed. You had to make sure that you went down there, you could communicate with them, you could explain exactly what you needed from them, you could ask them the right questions in order to get the answers and go away and do your work. So there's a lot of very close work with the with the end users, and that's something I've always really enjoyed doing. It's actually having that direct contact with the people who are actually using the stuff that I was developing. I mean, but Barclays was, just as I thought I was settling down into my career there, there was this huge upheaval because the Barclays decided to sell off half of the business to Credit Suisse. So no matter how safe and secure you are, these kind of external shocks can come in and disrupt what you're doing. What happened there was half my colleagues went to work for Credit Suisse, and all the systems, the application platforms that I'd been working on and I'd coded were sold to Credit Suisse as well. So suddenly we had 6 months, and we had to, we had to basically replace everything that we built over the previous 5 years. So that was my first experience of buy versus build. And that's where the bank, rather than trying to get the internal team to build a new platform very quickly, they went out and bought a third-party platform. And this was a bit of a revelation for me because I thought, well, how can we build a platform? How can we buy something from an external company that's going to solve our internal problems? We had all these bespoke pricing models, all these bespoke systems that we needed it to hook into. And this was the first time I came across an API. This is about 1997, 1998. This platform, Safis, had an API. We could hook our platform into it. So we could hook our back-end systems into it. We could hook our pricing models into it. So it was really quite amazing to see that banks would actually go out and buy something from a third-party company and then build it into their internal processes and make it a really kind of key part of their workflow. And then the other benefit of that massive upheaval was that we need to roll this platform out to the bank globally, and including to the Tokyo office. And as the only Japanese speaker in the team, I was sent out to Tokyo and spent probably about 6 months out there over the course of the next 3 or 4 years. So it was quite interesting to see that, you know, how your different interests can sometimes come together to, you know, give you a really sort of big, really kind of big benefit. So I was, as I said, I was at Barclays for about 7 years. I got a little bit burnt out at the end of that period. There was quite high stress, quite high pressure. So I decided to take a career break. I got married. I went traveling. I also had, I had cancer, and I recovered from cancer. So I was just kind of sitting around wondering what to do next. And one of my bosses from my previous job at Barclays got in touch with me, and he had a job at BNP Paribas, and it only needed me to go in there for 3 days a week. So it was perfect really for, you know, for somebody who was trying to come back into the workforce after a break. So I think it's really important when you're working is to build that kind of network, because, you know, it means that you don't, sometimes you know, you won't need to go out and find a job might come and find you. At BNP Paribas, there were a few, I was basically dropped into certain projects to, you know, to get them going. And it was a really interesting exposure to some emerging financial markets businesses and some emerging technology. I worked in algorithmic trading. So I worked on the platforms, again, a third-party platform that the bank had bought in, which was used for analyzing time series data. And basically the quant developers, these kinds of, these PhDs, PhD mathematicians and physicists, they would use the platform to build automatic trading and pricing systems, so that they could start, they could automatically trade without any kind of human intervention, which was, you know, a really kind of growing business back in those days. And the other thing I worked in was securitization, and that's where the bank takes big packages of loans and mortgages and converts them into a security, something that can be traded. And to actually to manage the risk on these, you had to run a calculation or hundreds of thousands of calculations. And believe it or not, back in those days, those calculations were implemented in Excel spreadsheets. So each iteration of this calculation would take about 6-7 seconds, and you had to run it 100,000 times. So you could see that it would take days and days to actually price one of these things up. And so what they did was they had a graduate trainee who would come in on a Saturday, and he'd turn on every computer in the securitization department, about 40 computers. And he would split this calculation up into different chunks, and he'd run them on all these different computers, and he'd go around pressing the start button on each of them. And then when he finished, they would run, he'd go off and have his lunch. He would come back, some of them would have broken, so he'd have to restart them. But basically by 6 p.m., the combination of all these different computers would have run the calculation. And he could combine them all together and find the actual solution. So it was an absolutely hideous state of affairs. But what BNP Paribas had in those days was a grid computer. So this was a private cloud before the word cloud was even used to use these kind of things. And I was given some access to it. And so what me and my team built was a way of automatically spreading these calculations across the grid. And then we recoded them in C#, and we took this process that took this guy, you know, a day to run. We ended up running it in, it took about 6 or 7 minutes in the end to run the whole process. So that was a real kind of, you know, revelation to me, the fact that you could use this kind of almost unlimited computing power to solve problems. And it was a great sort of, you know, intellectual satisfaction to be able to, you know, to achieve that kind of improvement in performance. But as important was giving this poor guy his weekends back. So it really combined the two things that, you know, I find most satisfying about computing. And so following BNP Paribas, that's when I started ipushpull, and it was one of the things that really kind of you know, triggered that, you know, that founding of the company was the fact that these kind of grid computers, which previously were only available to banks with very deep pockets, suddenly through services like AWS, they're available to everybody. And you didn't need to have technical skills to manage databases, manage caches, manage your servers. It was all done for you at a few clicks of a switch, so clicks of a button on a web app. So, I mean, that was, that kind of combination of, seeing banks buying third-party platforms, maybe think, well, I could start a platform that maybe a bank would buy. Having this unlimited computer power provided by cloud services like AWS meant that you could build something that was going to be infinitely scalable, and you could deliver something that was really going to make a difference to customers' lives, end users' lives. Too many people spend a lot of their time each day doing very kind of repetitive, boring tasks that can very easily be automated, and give them time to do something more interesting and more valuable. So yeah, that's the kind of path to coming through the financial markets up to the point where we founded ipushpull.
Can you just talk about, for people listening, I'm sure everyone's heard about clouds and AWS and so on, but can you just talk about what that actually does compared to when you had to do it and implement and build all this stuff yourself, and both in terms of time and cost, and why it's such a big thing and why it's worth everyone understanding the basics of cloud computing?
Sure. Yes. Well, so Amazon Web Services is the cloud computing part of Amazon, and actually, when you look at Amazon's profits, only around, I think, about 40 or 50% of the profits comes from people buying stuff on the Amazon shop. The rest of it is provided by AWS, and that's basically Amazon renting out computing services to businesses like ipushpull, or to Netflix, or to lots of companies around the world. What they do is they provide, let's say, they're kind of managed services. So previously, if you wanted to have a database running, you'd have to buy a machine, you'd have to install the operating system on it, you have to install the database on it, you'd have to configure it yourself, and there's thousands of different configuration settings, and it's really complicated. And you need to, you basically need to have somebody qualified to run it for you. So if I'd wanted to start, ipushpull 20 years ago, I'd have had to hire a database administrator to do that for me. But instead, AWS provide a platform. You go into their website and you can choose from basically a shopping list of databases. You can choose which one you want, how big it needs to be, how powerful it needs to be with a few clicks. And you can choose where to run it. You can run it in London or Tokyo or New York, and it will actually get up and running for you. Amazon manage it for you. They maintain it for you. So they install patches and so on. And you don't need to do anything. We'll just sit there and run quite happily in the background. They also provide, as well as databases, they provide normal servers. So if you need to run your website on a server, then they'll have a whole range of different servers and different operating systems, different power. And they provide a lot of quite sort of value-added services as well. So they'll provide machine learning, AI, and you can take these different Lego, they're like Lego bricks, basically. You can take the different Lego bricks that they provide and use them to build your own platform. You can do it all through a web browser. I find it still, I get this sort of childish excitement from being able to click a button on a website, and I know that somewhere in South America, the database has started up, and I made it start up.
So in terms of time and cost, it's orders of magnitude quicker and faster and cheaper now to use that type of technology. So can you talk about, so we got 15 minutes left of this first half. Can you talk about ipushpull, kind of what that company does, and then what your role as a CTO does? Obviously it's Chief Technology Officer. What does that actually mean? What does that entail?
Sure. Okay, so ipushpull, we've got there's two sides to the to our business. We do live data distribution. So data is the kind of the fuel of the financial markets, and lots of different organizations have got data that they want to be able to share out with their customers. So we provide a way for customers like a broker or a bank. They push it into our platform. We apply kind of access controls to it, and then we allow them to share it out to their customers in different organizations. And we also provide we call it the last mile. So basically an integration into other applications. So integrations into things like Excel or chat platforms or direct API access, because we're primarily an API service. The other thing we do is workflow automation. So this is basically what I was talking about earlier on. We allow people to take a workflow that might have involved something like emailing a spreadsheet around, or phone calls or chat conversations, or anything that's sort of very manual with copying and pasting, and we allow them to automate it using our web apps, using bots, using our APIs. And so it can really kind of streamline the way people work with their clients, or it can completely automate it in some cases. So we are getting to the point where rather than having two people doing a repetitive task in a chat application, we'll have one bot that belongs to a broker and a bot that belongs to a bank, and they're actually communicating with each other. Taking the kind of busy donkey work out of people's daily workflows.
Can you just talk about chat and chatbots as well, because it's probably something that people who are still studying don't really appreciate, because everyone is used to using chat, WhatsApp and Telegram and Signal and whatever else that you might use. But in the business world, there's kind of the main chats. You've got Microsoft Teams, and in terms of something like COVID has accelerated the use of chat platforms because everyone's sitting at home working, and those users have gone from like 10 million before COVID to 150 million now. You've got things like Slack, you've got Symphony, you've got Bloomberg, all these other business chats. Can you just talk about, when you're talking about bots, what do bots mean, and talk about the evolution of what you see of that in the next couple of years, because it's something as a topic people should be aware of.
Yeah, sure. Yes, instant messaging, so sort of chat between organizations in the financial markets, has been around for a while, but it's generally been, people actually sort of typing messages to each other. So when somebody does a trade, somebody on the other side of the trade, they might type it into the chat to say that your trade being done at this particular price. So all that's sort of quite unstructured, and often, people have to like copy and paste out of the chat into another system. They sometimes even take a screenshot of the chat to prove that a trade's been done. It's all been, it's quite sort of manual, quite a manual process. But what platforms like Microsoft Teams or Symphony, which is a platform that's used quite widely across the financial markets, what they let you do is drop a bot into the chat room. And a bot is a computer program that is sitting inside the chat. And a bot might understand a particular syntax, or it might have something like natural language processing built in. So it can automatically interpret what somebody's typing into the chat at each side. So what it allows you to do is take a workflow that was formerly done very kind of manually, and basically automate it, so that you can have a computer system sitting at a bank, a computer system sitting at an asset manager or a pension fund, and they're effectively talking to each other across the chat. And it just means all these kind of the stages of a workflow that you have to do for regulatory reasons, or you have to inform your clients when you've done a trade. All these things that previously a human had to sit there making sure these messages are coming through and copying them into their their internal systems. Now it can be done through a form of straight-through processing.
Moving on to your role then, can you talk about what does a CTO do, and then can you talk about some of the I suppose some of the way you want to grow the development side of your business, and what type of people you're looking for that?
Okay, so yes, I'm the CTO, or Chief Technology Officer of ipushpull. CTO responsibilities, they vary depending on the organization. But as a small organization, I'm responsible for technology, product, and the technology team. So on the technology side, that's keeping up with technological trends and identifying opportunities and threats to the business from technical developments. So, for example, that could be looking at something like the blockchain. What are the applications for that inside our business? I also have to understand our target market. So, financial markets, capital markets. What are the sort of technological trends that are affecting them? And I think chat is a very good example. This is really, its use is really exploding, and the use of chatbots is exploding. So it's thinking, well, how can we implement things that will, meet the needs of those kind of customers? On the product side, I basically have to look at these requirements that are coming through and these opportunities and build that into a roadmap of development. So that's saying, okay, to get to this point here, to be able to support this particular workflow or this particular use case, how do we get there? And it's breaking down these requirements into steps that add value to the business and to the platform to reach these kind of endpoints further down the line. And as for running the technical team, so I'm responsible for building the team, so finding new developers, and then once they join us, it's actually sort of supporting them, growing their skills and their confidence, and making sure we've got the processes implemented inside the company to provide support to make them confident that they can do their jobs properly. I mean, we've got a huge code base. It can be quite intimidating for people joining, so it's making sure that they're supported, both technically, personally, and in terms of sort of management training and process training, to make sure they're happy to do their job.
When you say huge code base, what's big, what's small, what's massive? For people that are not coders, obviously everyone can imagine, you got lines of code. What's big, what's small?
So, I mean, we've got the back end. Well, we've got a web service, so that's implemented in one technology that supports our API. We've got web apps, which are written in JavaScript, which provides on mobile and our web apps and integrations into other platforms. We've got desktop applications written in C# that hook into Excel. So there's a very broad set of code written in different languages, each of which does a different part of what the platform delivers. So it's making sure you can identify, if you're working on a piece of code, if you need to do a particular thing, you need to be able to find the piece of code that does that, and make sure what you are implementing, what the changes you're making to it aren't going to break anything. So it's understanding how the code fits together, how it's modularized, and and what you need to work on to implement your job.
So a big code base is what, 1 million lines of code?
It's probably coming up to 500,000. Yeah.
Right. And that's 500,000 lines of code that people are manually having to type in the very beginning when they're creating these things.
Yeah.
So then you can imagine how many man hours is going into building a product.
That's right.
So each line of code is probably going to take anything from a few minutes, maybe to a few hours to write. So you can kind of imagine all of the time and effort and resources gone into it. So talking about coding languages, for people that don't code, that have kind of have an interest in it, what's a good starting point for them? What's a good language to learn for starters?
There's two really key languages at the moment. So for front end work, JavaScript. That's one of the most popular languages around at the moment. Learning JavaScript and learning some of the packages like Vue or Angular or React that allow people to build highly functional applications in JavaScript. That it's a really key thing to learn. Python is the other sort of main language to learn at the moment, because that allows you to do things like back-end web services, allows you to do machine learning and artificial intelligence. A lot of that kind of work is coded in Python.
And what does front end and back end actually mean?
So front end that's the application that a user actually uses. So that will be like a web app. So it'll have some buttons that you can click. It will have a grid that you can look at some data in, perhaps. It will allow you to see messages being sent to you. It will allow you to, administer ad users and give people access to things inside the platform. So that's the actual thing that the user can see. That's the front end. The back end is the web service, and that is the piece of code that's actually doing say communication between two people. So if I wanted to send you a message, then it would go. I would type something into the front end. I click a button that would send it to the back end, and then that would send it to you. So it's that kind of the back end, sort of the glue that links all the users together.
We've got kind of 5 minutes before this piece finishes. Could you talk about any open roles or people or hires that you're looking to make, and any particular types of people that and attributes and skills that you might look out for?
Yes, so we've got two live full-time roles at the moment. We're looking for a junior back-end developer. So this is somebody, and we will take recent, happy to take recent graduates as their first job. That's a role that is mainly Python focused, and that'll be working on our web service and working on our DevOps pipeline. So that's automating the way that we deploy our service to our customers. The front end, we have a front end role as well, which is a mid to senior level role so that's for somebody who's got 2 to 3 years experience, and so we'd expect them to come with experience of Vue.js, an experience of working in an agile team, and experience of delivering a test-driven development.
Can you just talk about generally, not for these roles, but generally the salary levels for developers, because they're very high compared to most jobs. Can you just talk about that, and then the kind of progression and how quick you can make that progression as well for young people interested in coding?
Sure, yeah, I think the recent graduates, the starting salaries will be around 30,000, could be a little less, could be a little bit more, but you can very quickly earn that much money. Within 2 years, you could be at £50,000 or 60, 70,000 pounds. It depends on the experience that you get and the frameworks that you're working with, but you can very quickly climb the salary scale. Either by staying within the same company and getting more experience, taking on more responsibility, or by moving companies and taking a step up in salary in each, at each stage.
Cool. Okay. So if anyone's got any questions for David, I can see a couple in the chat, but keep them coming. Just while you're putting those questions into the chat, we'll just recap some of the main things that David's been talking about as his role as a CTO. Just saying that career journeys are not linear. It's okay to pivot and experiment and take risks. Again, similar stuff that we saw yesterday. But make sure these themes are going into your mind, because all the people we've been talking to are been working for 10 to 20 years or more. So do take their advice and listen to them. Number 2, find a role that combines your interests, what you want to learn more about, with passion. Disruption in the workplace can be an opportunity. David was talking about when he was seeing this kind of buy versus build decisions beginning to happen in the early days, and that kind of gave him an idea of thinking about what could he build as a platform that someone in a bank might want to buy. It's important to build a network. So sometimes you might not need to find the job comes to you. So again, building that network's important. If you remember yesterday, Kate from Symphony was talking about how you can do that and proactively reach out to people if you're looking for a particular job, and start to get friendly with people around that. And then lastly, seize opportunities when there's a market gap and a need that can solve a problem. That is the ultimate thing when you're looking to start a company. You need to identify a problem or see an opportunity. If there's a market gap, then you need to go in there quickly. And then you have things like a first mover advantage, for example, in some markets. Sometimes that means you can dominate a market very quickly, but there always needs to be a problem that you're solving. You can't be building some technology that does something very cool, but no one wants to use it because it's not solving a problem. If you solve a problem, people will pay for it. I think we had someone like Craig Butterworth said that about Dwa yesterday as well. So just moving over to questions then. The Working Fintech team, can you ping out some of the questions to David?
Yeah, Simon asked, do you think emerging quantum technology would be applicable to financial services?
I don't know enough about it to be able to answer that question, but you can bet that some of the companies like hedge funds, which have got very deep pockets, and they're always looking for ways to to gain a fractional advantage over their competitors. They will be investigating every possible technical opportunity in order to be able to do that. So yes, I think I think they probably could.
And just with quantum computing, I mean, it's still very early days and it's not particularly stable just yet, but it's definitely an area that you should all be following, because each year that goes by, it's exponentially getting better and cheaper and faster. I think I saw an article actually last night, I forget which bank it was, but they were just investing in a company that's building quantum encryption. Basically, when quantum computing comes around, it will be able to decrypt the blockchain, right? So the thing with blockchain, everything's supposed to be encrypted, but if quantum computing comes along, it will be able to decrypt everything. So people are starting to think about quantum computing proof encryption. So that's another area to look at. But obviously with blockchain, you can just fork it out and apply some new bit of code to it, and then it can be quantum computing proof. But again, it's technology you should be looking at. Another question?
Alfie asked, would you say speaking another language gives you an advantage over other candidates when getting a job?
I think in my case, I benefited from it. But unless the job is, really requires you to work in another specific country, it won't give you, because companies will hire you for the core skills that you bring to the role. Anything else would be a bit of a bonus. So I suppose if I was looking at two different candidates who had equivalent skills and were equivalently suitable for the role, you might favor the one with the language, because it meant that if we knew we were going to be targeting the Chinese market, perhaps then that would be a really good idea to get somebody on with those kind of skills. But in general, and it probably wouldn't unless there was a really sort of critical part of the job description that required it.
What would you say as well about communication skills for developers? Because you have this caricature of an introverted developer who's just got the headphones on and tapping away on a keyboard. Is that caricature, is that correct? Or do you see a much more diverse group than that? And you said when you were working on the trading floor, one of the things was you being able to communicate with traders and understand their emotion. You need kind of EQ and communication. Can you talk about why that's really important as a developer?
Yeah, you need to be able to communicate for various reasons. So first of all, you need to be able to split. If you're stuck on a technical problem, then you need to be able to communicate that with another developer in the team, or your team leader or a senior developer, to say, I've got this problem. Don't sort of sit there trying to hack away at it, tearing your hair out. You've got to ask somebody about it. Don't waste time on it. If you're not sure about a requirement, then yes, you do have to go and speak to the person, the stakeholder or the end user, and get them to clarify it, because we've just said how expensive developers are. Developer resource is really expensive, and if you're spending time implementing the wrong thing that the user is going to be disappointed about, then it's a waste of time and money. So I think that's one of the things I think is the most one of the most important things for a developer to bring to the table, as well as their technical skills, is a kind of an understanding of the customer. They might not ever, you might never actually meet the direct person you're working for, but you want to make sure that what you're delivering is going to make their life easier and is going to be exactly what they want. So that kind of communication with them, or with a stakeholder or a business analyst is really critical.
Another question, Meng?
Oscar asked, which are the most common revenue streams or pricing models for desktop as a service?
Wow, good question. So we basically, there's several dimensions to our pricing model, but I mean, I think what it has in common with most other, sort of software as a service platforms is per user. So it's charged. One dimension is, is per user, but then as you start adding features, then the price will, go up in, up in another dimension. So it's, so it's per user, but also as additional features and modules are bolted on, then that also costs that costs more.
We have another question. What roles does an internal auditor play in your organization?
Well, we don't have any at the moment, but I guess because we deal with regulated markets, so we're selling into banks and brokers and asset managers, and they have got these very big infosec teams, so information security teams. So they want to make sure that any third-party company that comes into their organization that they buy a product from, they need to make sure that the software is secure and reliable, and we've got processes in place to make sure that to make sure it stays that way. So we have to be able to prove that we've got these kind of these policies in place, and occasionally an auditor may come in and check that we are doing what we say we do, but we don't actually have an internal auditor who's employed by our own team at the moment. So it would only be external people.
We've still got time for a few more questions, Meng.
Rebecca asked, what makes a candidate stand out in the application process?
I guess, so our application process, so we've already spoken about, you have to have that sort of that fundamental level of, of technical skills that are appropriate for the level of the job. We have, and we test that by getting every candidate to sit a technical test, which is sort of, it basically takes about an hour. We give them a problem to solve, which is similar to the kind of thing they'd be doing, doing if they were working for us. I mean, I guess that we deliberately leave the problem a little bit vague, because we want to see how people interpret it and how they run with it, to get an understanding of how they tick. And then if they solve the problem, then we have a technical interview to follow up. And the core of that is working through what they've done in that technical test, but then looking at, okay, you implemented this as a little technical test, but if we wanted to make this a production application, so something that's running on our web service, on a web app and our customers were using, what changes would you make to make it robust? What changes would you make to make it scalable? So it's being able to think around the problem and then kind of think about how would people use it if this was going to be released into the real world. So we look for those kind of things. I also look for somebody who's done some research into our business. One candidate even had signed up for our platform. So you can go to ipushpull and you can sign up for a free trial. And so if somebody's actually gone to the effort of doing that and having a little poke around the platform and coming to us and saying, well, I like this thing about it, I don't like that thing about it. I mean, that's always, that's really interesting for somebody to take the initiative to actually do that.
Just one final question before we wrap up. So you worked in traditional finance and banking,
yeah.
And then you're now in a smaller fintech company. What advice would you give to kind of recent graduates who might be considering looking at big companies versus a small innovative startup? What's kind of the pros and cons of them? Because you've worked in both.
I think working in a startup gives you experience of a sort of really wide range of parts of the business. You'll be working on different jobs for different customers. You'll be communicating with everybody in the business, whether that's like the senior management or the salespeople, or the other people in the technical team. You'll feel really kind of at the core, at the center of the business. So it's a really kind of dynamic environment. If you work in a larger organization like a bank, then it's going to be a bit more stable. You will have a more clearly defined role. You'll be working in a small team that will have responsibility for doing one thing. You could be many layers of management away from the away from the from the sort of senior decision makers inside the business. So I mean, but you will be experiencing, you'll be learning a lot more about the financial markets in a sort of more kind of structured way in that particular environment, perhaps. So there's kind of pros and cons of both. I mean, personally, I think the startup, and this is one of the reasons why I started my own business, because I enjoy the hands-on work. I enjoy speaking to customers. I enjoy having a view across the whole business, and I enjoy making sure that all the people in the tech team also have that same kind of experience.
Cool. We'll wrap up now. Thank you so much, David. Is it okay for people in the community to reach out to you and kind of connect with you on LinkedIn?
Of course, please do.
Cool. And then yeah, so there's 2 job roles you mentioned, which we can share as well.
Yeah.
Great. If everyone wants to turn on their camera and just give Dave a wave goodbye.
Maybe Davey.
Cool. Thank you, David.
Thanks very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Okay, so we'll have a few minutes, just a quick break before we go to our next speaker, who I can see is just tuned in already. Yeah, we'll do a quick 4 minutes break. We'll be back at the turn of the hour, and then we'll have Clare Ashley from Goldman Sachs, who's gonna talk next. So we'll have a few minutes break, and we'll see you very shortly. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back, everybody. Now time for our next speaker. So today we're going to be joined by Clare Ashley, who is an MD of engineering at Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs is obviously not a fintech. It's a bank that's been around for over 100 years. However, the fintech in the actual word obviously means financial technology, and there's probably a whole ton of stuff that we can learn from Claire today. And also, I'm really interested to learn about. You started off with a history degree, and now you're MD of engineering. So it'd be really good if you can talk about your story and your kind of journey from where you started up to kind of what you're doing now.
Absolutely. And thank you, Matt, for inviting me along here. Thank you for Working Fintech for having me along. Really excited about today. So yes, I studied history. I think at the time when I was doing my degree, like fintech was definitely not a word that was used. And, you know, it's been a long time, you know, I'm talking about 20 years ago. And I just really decided I would study something that I enjoyed at the time. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. And so for me, it was just about at least finding something that I'm still passionate about, that I really think I'll apply myself to. And so I studied history. Plain and simple. I really enjoyed the subject and was able to kind of get a good degree. I think when I was coming towards the end of the degree and I was thinking about what am I going to do next, that's when I kind of started to hit me about, you know, what career was I going to go into. I was thinking, you know, maybe into education, but I really didn't think I wanted to be a teacher or anything of that nature. I thought about politics and a few other things, but none of those really seemed to resonate with me. But I'd seen some courses and around technology, and I thought, well, maybe I could do something in IT. I managed to find a company that essentially took you on, as long as you had a good degree, and they took you on whatever your discipline and would train you up on the job in kind of practical IT. So IT service management, they taught you around how to use Windows, how to use Outlook, and how to basically become a support person. So I spent my first few years in technology actually being on our IT help desk. And we would essentially take calls from a variety of different companies. My first company that I worked at, or I was placed at, was British Gas in Staines in the west of London. And, you know, we had a massive user base and there was a help desk of about like 30 people. And we'd get calls when people couldn't log in to their computers, if their Outlook wasn't working, if passwords need resetting. I kind of worked in that field for a few years and worked my way up to team leader. And after a few years of being kind of on the team, I decided I wanted to move into a bit more of a kind of problem management, incident management, and that within IT is again. And the company that I worked for would train you up in kind of ITIL service management as well. So I moved into more of an incident problem management role, where essentially if there was a massive outage of a system or a particular network or database or data center, I became the incident manager for that issue. My job was basically to make sure we resolved it ASAP with as little impact to our clients as possible. And then once the incident had been resolved, kind of write up a report and find out the root cause analysis and put things in place so that we didn't see that event happening again. So I did that for a while, and I'd actually moved companies at that point. I moved into a company called GE Capital, which was, I guess, my first experience working in a more financial company. I knew that they did consumer credit, credit cards, things like, you know, your store cards were provided by GE Capital. And I worked in GE Capital for about 9 months. It was very quick. I took the role knowing that essentially the team and the function were being moved out to Leeds and to India. So I always knew that it was going to be made redundant, but it happened a lot sooner than we were expecting, and we were able to transfer a lot quicker. So I worked there for a few years, and I guess that was my first experience of seeing some of the electronic point of sale systems, the consumer finance systems, actually learning a little bit more about what people within the finance world did. And I enjoyed that. So after 9 months there, I managed to secure a role at I guess it was a software company, a trading software company, who basically provided software to big investment banks such as UBS, JP Morgan, and a variety of others. And I remember, again, that was my first experience going into a bank. And I was a relationship manager at that point. So it was my job to kind of look after a suite of clients who leveraged our software. And again, if there were issues with the software, bugs, enhancements that they were raising, it was my job to really make sure I triaged what was happening on the client side, and then make sure that our internal development software team were essentially fixing any issues or delivering enhancements that the businesses had been asking for. So I spent about 2.5 years there. I really enjoyed that. And then managed to secure a role at JP Morgan, actually, working in a different product and a different team, but it was really around e-trading of interest rate products and credit products. And I actually joined initially as a PMO, which is a project managed officer. And I would really help, I guess, structure the number of different projects that they had within the e-trading of rates and credits at that point. I worked on the financials, the budgeting, making sure that we had the relevant milestones for each of the different projects, risk and issues were being tracked. And I did that for a few years. But what I actually learned at that point was I really was interested in what was actually happening in the projects. And as within the PMO, you kind of got a little bit of insight, but you weren't part of the team that were delivering the project. You weren't actually responsible for doing that. You were more just collating information and status, making sure that, you know, we had the relevant updates that could be provided to the senior stakeholders, but you weren't actually responsible for delivering anything. And while at that role, I kind of decided, actually, I like to understand the why, and maybe that's why I did a history degree. But I like to understand the why behind things, like why do we have this project? What are the business trying to do? What is the driver behind kind of all of the different projects that we're working on? And so I kind of spoke with my manager at the time, who had hired me to do the PMO role, but was very supportive. And, you know, they essentially said, if you fulfill kind of what you need to do for the rest of this year, we can definitely look at kind of moving you into more of a project management, business analysis type role, where you'll get hands-on experience to actually deliver projects and actually understand the systems and the functions that you're working within now. So yeah, I mean, I worked really hard to make sure I kind of hit all the targets that I needed to within the PMO. And I was fortunate enough, again, to get training on the job around Prince 2 and business analysis training. And then I started working within the team, doing kind of front to middle office business analysis, working on platforms, trading platforms, etc. And then worked within another team that essentially supported a desk that were trading some of these products. And so that's how I built up more of my technical and business skills. Within that, I actually got the opportunity to, you know, do a little bit of scripting, do a bit of Unix, do a little bit of coding. And it was really interesting. And so I really enjoyed the element of actually understanding, working closely with the business, but also working hands-on with the technology. So I stayed at JP Morgan for, I think it's 4.5 years. I'm showing my age now with all these jobs. With 4.5 years, and then I moved on to Goldman Sachs. And really the opportunity with Goldman Sachs was to continue working as a business analyst and a project manager. But the team that I was moving into was called cross-divisional projects and architecture. And what I really wanted to do within this role was actually broaden my horizons. So within JP Morgan, I was working specifically in interest rates and credits and only working in front office space. And I really wanted to learn what did the rest of the bank do? What do banks actually do? Like, once a trade was booked and then it flowed down to our back office systems, I really had no understanding about what else would happen and what happens to that trade further downstream. And the role at Goldman Sachs allowed you to work kind of fully from a front to back trade flow perspective, but also across a number of different divisions. So not only in kind of, you know, the global markets or capital market space, but within investment banking, more recently within the retail bank that Goldman's has built in the UK. And, the projects that I've worked on have varied also in terms of just the nature of them. Some of them have been pure kind of just business and products. Others have been things like acquisitions, where we bought other companies and we need to integrate not only systems, but people, processes, and actually create a cohesive environment. So I really enjoyed that element, and I've actually been in that team and at Goldman's for now almost 12 years, and I haven't taken mobility within Goldman Sachs, but I've really enjoyed the fact that every year, I guess, you work on a different project, you work in a different space, and for me that's what's kept it fresh. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, and it kind of sounds like then, and it'd be good if you can talk through it, your journey. There wasn't kind of this end goal when you started. You kind of naturally tried lots of different things and acquired lots of different skills over that time, like IT skills, communication and relationship skills, and sales, the project management, then products, and then actually, probably without knowing it, you probably can see it in hindsight, but maybe not at the time, you were building all these different layers, which then gave you this very general set of skills, which I guess has suited you perfectly in this cross-divisional role that you play now. So we heard from a lot of the speakers yesterday and previous as well, like this kind of passion and curiosity piece. I suppose the passion piece may have been is probably more around learning. Would that be right? And actually just intellectual curiosity and wanting to learn. And that's actually what's kind of helped you grow in roles and skills as you've gone forward. Is that, can you talk around that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think also coming into a technology organization or working in technology, and also knowing that you haven't studied technology, for me that was a big point around, actually I really want to learn. I want to feel like I'm credible in the roles that I'm taking, and so and also I have a genuine interest in learning. I always find that I'm better doing something when I fully understand it, right? And so you can be in a role, know something kind of at arm's length, but the more that I delved into it and really understood it, sometimes it was, for me, a really important factor in determining, actually, do I really want to go down this path, or do I want to do something different? So I think you have to give yourself the opportunity to learn and try new different things, and actually ask questions and explore different opportunities, because then ultimately you find where suits you more and what works for you. And so for me, I think, had I started out kind of being very, having a predetermined idea of exactly what I wanted to do and being quite limited, I think I would have really struggled, because I didn't know enough about working in either a financial company or within IT to really know exactly what worked for me. So I think part of the reason, sometimes I look back in hindsight and think, would I have done things differently? Would I have maybe studied computer science at university? And I could have, and maybe that would have gotten me to a path quicker, but I think I would have really not enjoyed it, and it may have just turned me off computing and technology altogether, because I'm not that way inclined. Like, coding for me isn't something I've always been, I've wanted to do or be passionate about. However, I am really interested in the kind of why and how the systems support what the business wants to do, and I really enjoy the combination of working across the two. And I wouldn't have known that had I just kind of focused on either one or the other. And so all of the roles that I've taken, whether or not, sometimes it hasn't been because I was ready to go. Like I said, I was made redundant at one point, knowing that the job would move. I was made redundant earlier than I thought. And actually it worked out, because I then worked in a trading software company, and that opened my eyes to the world of investment banking and these large global kind of companies and what they can do, and the type of business they do. And for me, that was really, really interesting, insightful. And it was somewhere that I didn't know that I could actually go and work as well, right? Coming from my background, it was definitely not something that was even considered. Like, I didn't know anyone who worked in an global investment bank, or you know, was working even in technology per se. So I think just going on that journey of exploration it kind of makes me know that wherever I'm at today is right for me, because I've gone through the journey and I've actually experienced other things, and I've experimented and tried so many different avenues.
Could you just talk on that diversity point as well? Because we work in FinTech arranged like an afternoon in Goldman Sachs over the summer. We came in, you know, IAS obviously, and we came in and we spent time with lots of different areas. And I can see actually Loveday, if you want to wave your hand, he's in the audience. He's one of the 15-year-olds who came along. One thing that we were all, I think, probably a bit kind of gobsmacked by was actually the level of diversity. And I think I even said to the guy who was showing me around, I said, have you just taken me to this floor because it's like the diverse floor? And he was like, no, it's all like this. And we went to some kind of, when we went around other companies as well, there was some stark contrasts. And I think it was interesting to, you know, and great to see Goldman Sachs actually is kind of a leader in that regard. Can you talk about that in the industry? Because one of the things which there's two kind of myths that we're trying to dispel as work in FinTech is, one is that you don't need to be a coder to work in FinTech. If you can, it's great, but you don't need to be a coder. There's loads of other jobs. You know, you've just talked about IT and relationship management and project management and product and so on. These are all other jobs you can work at in financial technology. The other one is that, you know, it's often seen as a very white male industry, and finance in general historically is like that, but it is changing now. Can you just talk about, Goldman Sachs is probably one of the companies at the forefront of that, I would say, in the companies we've been dealing with. But can you just talk about how the door is open for people from any background to come into big global banks and smaller fintechs as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you know, the world is far more global and far more open than it probably has been previously. And so I'd be disingenuous to say, you know, when I started my career, did I see representation like myself in various different organizations? No, I definitely did not. And it's definitely been an evolution over kind of my career, and seeing, like, you know, the number of women in tech, for example, or the number of Black people in tech, or any BAME people, if you like, you know, within the tech industry. I think, you know, initially when I started my career and I worked in a few different areas, I genuinely was the only Black person very often. Only Black woman was probably almost all the time. And that was definitely a challenge. I think the reason that I am so passionate about diversity, and kind of I co-head Black Engineers Network at Goldman Sachs now, is because I want to be somebody, I want to provide people that are coming in that are not kind of thought of as the typical kind of mainstream person in that industry, with the community and network, and also the visibility that actually there are people that are not kind of atypical bankers who work and have very successful careers in banks, and you can do it. You are just as capable. I mean, you know, you look at now, we recruit from Africa and the Caribbean, and you know, everybody's given the same test, and we get a massive amount of really talented people coming into the firm, because you know, coding and computer science and everything, there is no bias in that, right? Either you're good at coding or you're not, and you should get the equal opportunity to come in and work in a place like Goldman's. And I think we're doing a lot more in terms of just making sure that that door is open for everybody. So the network that I co-head, really, you know, we do a lot of making sure that we recruit, making sure that people actually know there are Black people in Goldman Sachs. We have quite a large organization of Black engineers, and you know, we've been recruiting from London universities, but also abroad, and have quite a big cohort. So even to your point, Matt, we hired somebody externally recently who's worked in banking and in the industry, and he was really shocked at the number of other Black people there were in engineering at the firm. He was completely in awe, and he just thought, you know, actually that disconnect is still out there, right? He wasn't expecting that coming into the firm, even as a Black man. So, you know, we need to make sure that others are aware that actually there is a place for you. You can have a very successful career. There is a whole community of people that are willing to support, but also outside of the community, right? The firm is genuinely very, very supportive of having people from diverse backgrounds, because they understand that, you know, diverse teams do the best work, right? The difference of opinion, the value that everybody can bring is so important. And so it makes the firm a better place, but also it allows me to my point about, you know, studying history many years ago, I focused a lot on Black history, and it allows me to do not only my day job, but also to have my passion, which is around, you know, making sure that I can help other people come in, and whether or not that's a Black person, that's a woman, whatever diverse perspective that is, actually just being able to ensure that those people feel welcome and feel like they have a voice is so important.
Can you talk about your kind of this department that you sit in? What if someone, because do people start out saying, I want to work in a cross-divisional department? It's quite difficult to get your head around that, probably, if you're starting out. How would someone work in the areas you're working in, or would people take a similar progression to how you have, or naturally would you move sideways into where you are? And can you talk about any people or team hires that you're looking to make? Because in terms of the audience that listen, we've got like 75 people on now. Half of them are students. I think I think the majority of them are actually looking for jobs in the next kind of 3 to 6 months as well. So if there's any kind of active hires you're looking to make, and also what type of people in terms of skills and attributes, what would set people apart when you're, you know, because I'm sure there's tons and tons of CVs you get. There's probably automated stuff going through a lot of it, and then a human gets to look at it. When you're looking at something, what is interesting to you in a CV?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, a few questions there.
That's fine. Yeah. I'll start with the first, and then if I go off track, please just bring me back. So in terms of the team, so cross-divisional projects and architecture are a team of business analysts and project managers. So a number of us in the team, I've been there 12 years, there's people who've been in the team 15 and 20 years. So just goes to show a lot of people stay in the team and have a lot of experience. And then you have more junior people that have either recently graduated or have worked their way through from a graduate up into kind of associate or vice president level. The team are really a group of people who have some business and product knowledge, and also functional knowledge of how the firm works and the different functional flows of the firm. And we use our project management skills, business analysis skills, and functional knowledge really to help drive a number of different projects. Some of them, most of them will have an engineering centric aspect to them, but not all of them will do. So for example, recent projects that I have been involved with have been within the regulatory space. So as you know, the financial environment has shifted. Recently, the LIBOR London interbank offer rate essentially was ceased, and that's a rate that's used to underwrite trillions of interest rate products across the globe. And so one of my roles was really making sure that across the engineering organization globally that we were ready to support that change. And so that requires knowledge of kind of where the interest rates would be used, usually in our front office pricing and risk management systems, but also across the middle and back office systems, also, and then coordinating changes across the organization to make sure that happens. and a number of testing. There's a whole cycle of work that had to happen, and actually it was quite a long project. It was 2.5 years that I worked on that with a few other people in my team. Other projects that I've been working on have been within the digital asset space. So Goldman, along with a number of different, traditional, if you like, investment banks, are now spending a lot of focus on digital assets, whether it be blockchain technology, DLT, crypto, CBDC, and various other aspects. And so I use my existing knowledge of like how Goldman works, how we book trades, and how that works in the kind of traditional world, and then try and overlay how would that work and marry up in a DLT kind of crypto environment, and then help to drive what that integration and the strategy should be for the system architecture that we're building, for example, along with the very talented engineers who are very, very focused on DLT technology and know a lot of the stuff in a lot more detail than me, but kind of my purview is kind of quite broad in how it works across the firm. So you can have a variety of different projects, and typically people that have come in, like myself, have either worked in technology or technology adjacent roles. Some of them worked in Goldman Sachs and were actually developers many years ago, and then they wanted to move into various other aspects. You do have graduates who come in, and analysts who come in, and I think there is always a challenge when you come in as an analyst, as it is with any space, but sometimes there is the desire to kind of become a specialist. And in my team, you're far much more of a generalist. Like I mentioned, you work across a number of different businesses. You're never going to be the subject matter expert on absolutely everything DLT, because I'll work on it for a year and then I'll move on, and you'll have people that have been working in that space for 5 years, for example. So there's always that kind of needing to be quite comfortable being uncomfortable, knowing that you don't know everything, but coming in and being able to help drive change and drive a program forward in the right way. And so I think we have graduates and we have analysts that come in. What we try and tend to do is obviously give them an area that they can focus in, and they work with somebody more senior in the team on a variety of projects. And actually it's worked really well with the people that are now moving their way up through the rank. Some people do find that actually I'd like to specialize in a specific space, and then they find that actually there may be a different role kind of to the side that I just to give me a year or two to really become an SME, and that's absolutely fine. But some people just like the aspect of learning across a number of different businesses and are quite comfortable being that. So I think anyone that comes into our team has to be aware of that fact, and not let it be too discomforting and too challenging. I'm a managing director. The next project I work on, I will be the person in the room that probably knows the least about that product or that area. But that's fine, because that's not what I'm there to do. We have SMEs who are there to kind of be the SME, either the system SME or the business SME. I'm here to help drive change. So, I mean, those are the type of things that we typically tend to do. And it keeps it fresh for me. It can be very exciting. You're working on, and everything, we tend to work on is always very high profile, high risk, and therefore gets a lot of focus, which is good, because then you have very senior people at the firm who know who you are. Like, they know Claire is running this program, and so long as you do a good job, that's a good thing, right? But it gives you really good exposure to management and the senior management at the firm, because you're working on the things that they really, really care about. And so you get very, very early on in your career, you get very good exposure to that level. You'll be in meetings with partners at a very kind of early stage in your career, whereas I think if you're in a more siloed kind of maybe a dev role, you won't necessarily get that exposure so soon in your career.
So what would you look at for, you're a generalist, right? So what skills would you look for or what attributes would you look for on a CV or
Yeah.
talking to someone to be a generalist? Is it they're entrepreneurial? Is it they're a problem solver? Is it both and lots more stuff? Is there
Yeah.
specific things it's worth people to, if they're not generalists now? I'm a generalist. I've always been an entrepreneur, and I've kind of master of all trade, jack of all trades, master of none, and it sounds very similar.
Yeah.
Can you just talk about what you would look out for as those attributes?
Yeah, absolutely. I think problem solving is absolutely critical. Like you need to be able to come into a space and be able to kind of take in lots of information, try and whittle it down, decipher it, and then figure out what is the best path forward. And obviously you will check in with the SMEs, but it's kind of being able to distill a problem down, logically look at it, and then think about path forward. And so in your CV, it would be great if you could showcase examples where you've done that in your day job, or whether or not it's a project, something that you've done yourself, right? If you solved a problem that you saw in the community, if you developed an app because there was something that wasn't working as well, and you identified the problem and then you found a solution. Those things are all great things to kind of call out in your CV, because we're definitely looking for people that are kind of looking at a problem and trying to logically break it down and then come up with the solution. The second thing I would say is definitely, again, intellectual curiosity. So being curious, wanting to understand the why, wanting to understand a little bit more about different areas. And it's fine if you are an SME, right? But you can still try and demonstrate like where you've tried to go that extra mile, right? I worked on a project. This is how I continue to try and research about that area offline in my spare time. Showcase where you've actually demonstrated that you're genuinely interested in something and you've gone that extra mile. I think is always a very good key thing to have on your CV as well.
Cool. Okay, that's great advice. We kind of come to the first stop where we're going to take some questions from the audience. So I'll see a couple of questions in there. If you keep firing them in while you're sending some in, I'm just going to recap some of the main points that Claire's been talking about. So number one, if you don't know what to do, follow your passion and be open to new experiences. Number two, be open to asking your manager for opportunities to work on projects or in roles that interest you. So there's lots of different ways you can move around in an organization. Go on a journey of exploration, have a learning mindset, ask questions and experiment to figure out what works for you. It sounds like the learning mindset's been the core kind of driver of what you've done in your career, Claire. Diversity is highly valued at Goldman's. It's important for everyone to have a voice, and people of all backgrounds are represented. So that's something I guess as a young person coming into different companies and different working environments, it's something to look out for, and seeing how management or founders or the executive board, how they're addressing diversity is a good thing to look at. It gives you an idea of culture as well. Coding experience is not required to be hired. We've heard that a few times now, and I always say that too. There are many non-coding roles and soft skills that are greatly valued. You could see in Claire's journey how she started off working in IT support, and then went into relationship management, then project management, then product, and then this cross-divisional side of things, none of which involve coding. But you need to know enough coding. We don't need to understand coding. You need to understand some concepts of coding so you can hold a conversation with someone. You don't need to be a subject matter expert or an SME, as Claire called it. Experience is not as important as your ability to drive change and learn. Anytime people are hiring, they always want to hire people that want to learn, and they're not afraid to be, if you make a mistake, you're not afraid to hear what you've done wrong in that. You take it on board, you listen, you grow. So let's just start taking some questions from the chat. From the team, do you want to just field some of the questions for Claire? Yeah, one of you, Penny, Daniela, Meng. Unless you can't mute yourself, unmute yourself, which might be one of the settings. I could do it. I'll take one from here. Okay, let's start from the top. So Simeon says, you talked about moving from PMO to project management, but how did you find the transition from project management to MD in engineering?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So I'm still a project manager. So just to kind of, I am a managing director, but I still manage projects, and I actually now manage like a portfolio of projects. So rather than just one, I have I work with my colleagues to deliver a number of different projects or programs across the team. And so again, I think previously in engineering, project management and business analysis wasn't something necessarily that you thought you would be able to get to a managing director position, right? Usually it was people who kind of looked after a massive organization of technologists. You are the head of, the global markets, IT for the rates business, for example. Now, I think what we're seeing is there's far more ability to be an individual contributor, but also then have the same kind of strategic leadership and all of the necessary traits it takes to move into a managing director role. So I talked about the LIBOR project that I was working on. Like, that was a huge, massive project for the firm. And kind of I led that from an engineering perspective. And so when you're working on these bigger, really strategic programs, you can, again, get the visibility, and you're actually able to influence and provide leadership at the right level to get you promoted to, for example, a managing director or at the various levels. And so you can still be doing the job that you like or love. Like, I really enjoy the role that I do, and still get promoted up the ranks. But there are more traditional routes. Like, people tend to still be very technical and then have a team of technologists, and they're responsible for a specific system or area. Then they become a managing director. But largely what they're looking for is just the skills of leadership, of culture. Like I mentioned, I co-head in the Black engineers, so that your diversity and actually what you do outside of just your day job, the followership that you have, things like that are very, very important. Your ability to influence across the firm is very, very important. And so as you get more senior, it's not necessarily about kind of the job that you do. I assume, like, the majority of managing directors at Goldman's in engineering today probably do very little coding themselves, even if they were very technical. It's more about their strategy. How do they think about their system? How do they work with the business to drive their systems forward? How do they influence the team? How do they influence the engineering organization? So it's more about those kind of skills. So you can still be a project manager, and I still really enjoy some of the elements of it, of project management. But and whilst I probably have more projects that I'm looking after now, I'm still doing kind of the core things that are dear to me, and that are kind of what I really enjoy.
What would you say with some of the certifications in terms of like skills for people they could learn? Is it worth doing some of those project management? There's like Prince 2 and Black Belts and all these different names for some of the different certifications out there. Are they things is a useful thing for people to do and learn?
I mean, to be frank, I don't really use a lot of the frameworks, even if I've done the training and the course. I think it's not necessary, especially if you're able to secure a role where you are able to learn on the job. I think far more comes from your experience of actually doing the work, that will help you deliver, learn from past mistakes, learn from your experience, and then become an even more and more effective project manager, risk manager, whatever it is that you want to do. The only time I do think it may be useful is that, where you potentially haven't done that role at all, and maybe you just want to have a sense of a framework, like what are some of the concepts that would be useful. So, for example, in Prince 2, they talk about risk management, they talk about issue management. I'm not saying going out there and spend lots of money, but, do a little bit of research, do at least to understand the basics and the frameworks, and then you can use that as a guide when you first start working. But I especially within the firm, and when I talk to a number of different like project management professionals, then very, very few of them actually just take Prince to and you know, run their organization by the book. They definitely tailor it to meet their needs and suit their organization. So, but sometimes it can be useful just to give you a sense of the basics if you're coming in completely blind.
Cool. We got time for one question, Penny.
So Nisha asked, as a professional wanting to understand and look out for a career in business analyst and risk, do we need to tailor the resume as per the job description? And how can we send a mail addressing our interest?
Sure. I mean, I think it's always good to have your have your CV talk about kind of some of the core skills that are required for a role, right? So if you want to become a business analyst, you need to be quite analytical, you need to understand systems, or you need to at least be very interested in trying to partner technology with clients, right? And really what you're trying to do as a business analyst is take a set of client or user requirements from the business or whoever that client may be, and then use that to actually determine what your system should do and help work with your technologists and coders to build the appropriate system that meets your client's requirements, right? So where you can showcase that, it doesn't have to be within an IT field, but you can showcase that you're actually a really good communicator and you can understand, you know, very kind of client or business verbiage or language, for example, and you're able to translate that to somebody who may be very technical, for example. If you can showcase where you're able to kind of be that interface, things like that are very important, because you need to, in the role that you'll play as a business analyst, you'll need to be able to kind of speak both languages and make sure that both areas are understanding each other. So where you can showcase that in your CV, I think that's a good thing. Again, the problem solving is always a good, again, another thing to highlight in your CV where you can, where you've got examples where you've worked on something and solved a problem. I think that's always a great thing to do. And general interest, right? If you're looking at a role in a fintech or in finance in a specific business, if you can show that you've got some genuine interest, or you've got something like you've read an article, you took an online course, or you listened to a certain podcast, even, like, just putting that down means that you're actually thinking at, again, I see the intellectual curiosity is there, and you're already looking at those spaces because you're genuinely interested. So I think all of those things, if you can highlight them in the CV, are always good to do. In terms of sending a mail, I mean, there's always, if you look at application, there's always an ability to kind of apply, and that will be usually online, but depending on what you're looking for, you can always kind of, I'm on LinkedIn, you can have a look at people on LinkedIn and see if they're willing to connect, right? The world is far more open, right? We have our profiles out there, people are sharing a lot more, so you should feel empowered to kind of reach out to people if you've seen a role that potentially could be of interest to you.
Claire, Ashley, thank you very much today. My little helper. Thanks for taking time out on your Sunday afternoon. Really appreciate it. Loads of really good advice there. It kind of sounds like, always be learning is a big thing from you, having that intellectual curiosity. And again, we heard lots of that from all the speakers we had. So we're going to take a quick break for 2 minutes now before we go on to our next speaker, which is Riko Eksteen, who's head of desktop strategy at Adaptive Financial Consulting. So Claire, Ashley, thank you very much. Everyone can put on their cameras again. And just give Claire a wave so she knows there's some people listening to her. It always feels good when people are listening. Cool. Thanks a lot, Claire.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, we'll do a quick 2-minute break, and then Ying's gonna take over and be talking to Riko from Adaptive.
Awesome.
that working, Ying?
Yes, yeah, thank you so much, Riko.
Cool.
So we'll start in about 2 minutes. Just give everybody a quick break. And I like the picture you have. It looks really, really real. It feels like
Thank you.
You're not in office, right? It's
Yeah, I did not go into the office today.
Yeah, but it looks like really real. It's pretty cool.
It's just because I've been in some sales meetings with some salespeople, so I steal their backgrounds
Definitely.
that they use.
Yeah.
Where are you based, Riko? You in London?
I am in London, yes.
What time is it now in London?
2:45.
Oh, cool. And thanks so much for spending the Sunday afternoon with us.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I think my wife just decided to take the kids out because she was saying, if I tell them not to come into the study, they'll be encouraged to actually do so.
You should let them join so they know what their parents are doing. My kids always like, what are you doing? Like, it seems boring. I'm like, no.
Yeah, no, my daughter is 11 and she's assured me that what I do is terribly boring and she would never want to do it ever. So.
Have her join the session we have with Benjamin. Say what the 12 years old are doing. Awesome. Hello, everybody. We're coming back. Awesome. So the next session we have is with Riko from Adaptive. It's quite interesting because when I started in fintech, right, I didn't expect that there's a lot of kind of consulting firm. When you first heard the word consulting, right, you may feel like it's McKinsey, right, or you know, the top 4. But Adaptive is a financial service consulting firm that's specialized in web design. So Riko, can you quickly introduce yourself and then to the audience, or you can start sharing your slides.
Yes. Let me bring up my slides. I feel a bit self-conscious about having slides because not many other people had slides, but you know, I need them to help me, so I'm going to use them if that's okay.
And we love the animation on your slides, right? You have to tell us how Adaptive created those.
Yes. Funnily enough, some clients have asked us if they could have them in the past, and we just said no, they're ours. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. So I am the head of desktop strategy at Adaptive. I've been with Adaptive for a little over 7 years now, and I'm also currently the delivery lead of our early careers program, which we're very excited about, which I'm very excited about, and is one of the things that I want to talk about today. But before we get into that, I'll just tell you a little bit about my career journey as well. And I actually, preparing for this talk made me think back and look back to where I started and some of the experiences I've had along the way. So that was really interesting to be able to do that. I grew up and I studied in Cape Town in South Africa, and I studied computer science. And I was fortunate enough to join a software company in Cape Town as a graduate developer all those many years ago. And I worked there for 3 years, and that's sort of where I cut my teeth. You know, learned to be a developer building real software. And then in 2006, I moved to London, which at the time was, well, it was for more than one reason. One reason was I had to I had a lot of student debt to pay off for my studies, and the exchange rate was very favorable to help me to do that from London. But it was also exciting, you know, as a young person, to move with my partner to London and to have all kinds of exciting adventures traveling in Europe when we were not working, etc. The plan wasn't to stay. You know, we thought maybe 3 or 4 years in London and then we'll go back to South Africa. And now I'm still here 20 years later. So it just shows you how plans can change in your life. It's actually an interesting story how I got into financial technology. I worked here in London for a very small South African company who has had a sort of a outsourcing contract with some clients here in the UK. And I worked with, I think, just 2 other people actually in the London office, interfacing with our clients and the business analysts and so on. And that was only about 3 or 4 months that I worked for them, and then they decided to close their office here. So, you know, it was kind of a scary thing because I just come to this country. I had a job arranged when I came, and what am I going to do now? So I started looking around, and I eventually, I interviewed a bit. I eventually got 2 job offers, and one was from a sort of a startup company that did, I think, retail analytics software for big shops like Tesco's, Marks and Spencer, and so on. And it looked technically incredibly interesting to me. And then the other job was with Barclays Capital, as they were then called, the investment bank. And I'd never worked in finance before, so it was a complete unknown to me. But they offered me a much better salary, and money was important to me at that stage. So I took the job with them, and that set me on a certain path. I actually joined them to work in the commercial mortgage-backed securities department, and this was about 18 months before the financial crisis, which some of you may remember, which in many ways were caused by mortgage-backed securities. So it was a fascinating time to work in the business. At the time, no one realized, of course, that there was a problem, and it was one of the fastest growing areas in the bank, and it was very exciting. But it was quite an experience to be working at a big bank during that time when there was such seismic changes in the industry. You know, I still, there's two memories that stand out to me. One is that I went on my first ever work trip to New York with my manager. I was so excited about it. And I still remember that on that evening in the hotel, when I was unpacking my suitcase, they had the, you know, I had the TV on, and they had the footage of people carrying their cardboard boxes out of Lehman Brothers' main offices because they just collapsed, basically. So it was a crazy time. And then after that, I became involved in Barclays actually bought Lehman Brothers' American operations, and I became involved in the transition between the 2 companies. And that was that was a very interesting time. It was a challenging time, but that was also where I learned a lot. And one of the projects I worked on was about, like, sort of taking some events that come from old Lehman Brothers systems and reroute them to Barclays system, translating them along the way, and then getting some results, translating them back to the old format that they understood and sending them back where they came from. And I think that was probably the moment in my career where I realized that, you know, I want to do more of these type of projects, which are really interesting problem solving, which are technologically interesting, etc. And that maybe the things that I've been doing up until that point has been a bit more of the same. You know, so at that time, I started looking for more opportunities to challenge myself, to expand the scope of things that I can learn and be involved in, so that I can learn more things, so so that was when I started looking for other opportunities. I first moved internally in Barclays to a different department. I worked in credit risk there for a while. Then I spent some time working for 2 hedge funds, which was very interesting. They are what we call on the buy side, whereas we say that investment banks are on the sell side. So it's sort of the other side of the equation. And it was very interesting to work at those companies as well. And in between, I found my way back to Barclays. It seems that Barclays has become a bit of a theme of this talk. I think Ying
Absolutely.
worked
Both you
there,
and I have worked
and
at
there was quite a
Barclays,
few of the other
and
people who
with
mentioned them as
yeah.
well. And the second time I went there, I worked in, I think it was exotic interest rate derivatives or something like that. It was very, very interesting. And it was there that I worked with someone who really caused a paradigm shift for me in what was possible, and in a way that you can engineer things to be really, really fast, really well designed, etc. And that person was Matt Barrett, the CEO of the company that of Adaptive, where I work, and he actually left while we were working there to go and found Adaptive with 3 other people, and 2 years after that, they asked me to come and join them. So I think it just shows how, well, there's 2 things for me. One is, is you can't just wait for things to come to you. You've got to be proactive. You've got to try and create those opportunities for yourself where you can learn more, where you can be exposed to a different way of doing things and so on. And then sometimes, luck always also plays a role, like being in the right place at the right time, meeting the right people. But I had to move around quite a lot for a while, not being entirely happy with the role meeting up in terms of what I wanted until that opportunity came. So I joined Adaptive in 2014, and I began there as a senior consultant. And as you mentioned, Adaptive is a consultancy, which means that we talk to clients about problems that they have to solve or things that they want to build, and then we help them do it with our expertise. And in the 7 years that I've worked there, I've worked on several client projects, some of them for big investment banks, some of them for financial technology startups, with a vast array of different technologies and approaches, depending on the client, depending on the problem. And I think when I joined Adaptive, I realized I've found my niche, because it allowed me to continue challenging myself, to continue learning new things without having to kind of have that thing where you have to join a new company and sort of prove yourself all over again. I can continue learning from the people that work there, from the different kinds of projects we do. I think in the talk from Clare previously, she talked about being more of a generalist, and I've always been a full stack developer. I kind of want to get my hands on everything, understand everything, and Adaptive allows me to do that. I am now head of desktop strategy at Adaptive, and what that means is that I talk to clients about how they can have an efficient way to for their users or their employees to do their jobs. For those of you maybe who haven't seen how traders work, they often have like 6 or 8 screens. They have tens of applications all vying for their attention at the same time. And it can be a real challenge for them to get their hands on all of the information at exactly the right time so that they can make the right decision about what to buy or what to sell. So this area of desktop strategy is about like, how can we use software and workflow to enable them to be as successful and efficient as their jobs possible. So I talk to various clients in that area on a regular basis, and it's something that's very interesting. As part of that, I've also been able to become involved with open source in the financial industry, which is something I enjoy immensely. And this is about lots of financial companies coming together to think together, to collaborate on how can we take those things that are common to all of us and do them in a standard way, so that we don't each keep reinventing the wheel in our own ways. And the financial industry has been quite late to open source, to be honest, and it's really satisfying to be involved in shaping that message and that journey in the industry. And then lastly, the other hat I wear is leading the early careers program at Adaptive, where I train our participants in web technologies and backend technologies, and I'll say a bit more about that later.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Riko, for describing your career journey. And I think just the point you made about desktop strategy, it is quite interesting. And I think this is the theme that we've been talking about throughout the day. If you work in traditional finance, your work environment and your personal environment is such a big disconnect, right? So to Riko's point, right, you have to have 8 or 10 monitors to display all these tools, and these tools cannot talk to each other, similar like it's on your smartphone. So I think what Adaptive and Riko and the team are doing is to really bring that sleek experience of our day-to-day technology-enabled life to the traditional financial services.
Yes, so let me tell you about a little bit about Adaptive. You know, I think it's quite an interesting company, and there hasn't been lots of consultancies speaking here. So the reason why the company was founded is very interesting. It really comes from the 4 founders of the company working together at an investment bank on a big project, and they really enjoyed working together. And if you do this for a while, then you'll realize that there are some projects and some teams that really gel and work really well together, and there's others that don't necessarily work that well. And they wanted that experience again, because they all went off to other places to do things. So they said, why don't we come together and create a company where we can have the best people do the most interesting things and really build a culture of excellence around the people and the technology. You know, so they're all technologists at heart, they understand technology, you know, but they're also really people that care about their employees, the work environment, diversity, mental health. So in that sense, it's a really great place to work because that is sort of part of the DNA of the company. And when I joined in 2014, there was only 12 people at the company at the time, and now in 2022, I think there's more than 230 people over multiple offices all around the world. So it's been incredible to be part of that journey, to see the company change and develop, and also how you maintain a culture that is a good culture to be part of when the company changes in size and maybe everyone can't know everyone anymore. And the early careers program is also a big part of that. So we currently have offices in London, in Barcelona, in New York, and in Montreal. You know, we have open positions in all of these offices, and I will say something about that at the end. And we also run our early careers program across all of these offices. So for people on the call in all of these locations, you know, we'd love to speak to you if you're interested. So what do we actually do? What does a consultancy do? You can see there that you know, we have 250 people that help us deliver solutions at the company, and we've delivered more than 100 different solutions over the years for our clients. And we work in capital markets and in commodity markets, to help work to partner with our customers, with our clients, to deliver value and differentiation through technology. So people don't typically come to us if it's something that they can just do themselves. But if they want to go to that next level or take that extra step, then they'll come to us and try and tap into our expertise that we can offer. What you will also notice is we're not a big consultancy like Ying mentioned the big four, your Accenture, companies like that. We're quite small, and that allows us to be friendly and nimble and partner closely with our clients. So what do we offer? We have platform solutions, which includes sort of accelerators that we can use companies to get to the market quicker. We can reduce their time to market. We can help them generate revenue sooner. We have some core technological infrastructure that we can bring to the table and help companies. But at the same time, whatever we do for them is theirs. They're not buying a product from us. They're not, they maintain ownership and control over the code, over what we do, over where they want to take it. And the other thing that we offer are solution delivery teams. We have a bunch of people who are, at the top of the game in technology and in finance, and we can come alongside people that we partner with and help them through collaboration efficiently deliver something that has that makes sense for them and for the opportunity they're trying to reach in the market. So we can leverage our experience with modern technology tools, approaches that they might not have in-house, and they can benefit from all of our experience that we've collected from across the industry, working on all kinds of different systems and projects. And because of that as well, we can offer expert consultancy in many areas where we have skills and experience that they might not have. What all of this means is that people can get the right solution that they want, not sort of a compromise. There's been some talk about buy and build, and the trade-off between those two. And sometimes it might involve a little bit of buying and a little bit of building as well. And we can help people navigate those waters. We're really good at, because we've done it so many times, at delivering quickly and effectively, and we pride ourselves on that. And then, like I said, people can own their own outcome and control their own future. We're not in this to kind of throw a lot of people at a company, get lots of money, and then go away again and leave you with the problems. We really want to partner with people, go on a journey with them, really understand what they want to do. And all of this makes it a great place to work as well, because you get exposed to so many different things. You get so many opportunities to learn from different businesses. In terms of technology, we have to be on the cutting edge of what is happening in the financial industry. And again, for you as somebody who might be a technologist, that makes it a really great place to work. It means that you can continue learning from the latest practices, from the latest technologies. To be honest, this is one of the reasons why I love working there so much. There are so many people that are smarter than me and that know things that I don't know. I can continue to learn every day. I enjoy going into the office every day. For example, we've sponsored an open source library called React RxJS for UI development, which is all about delivering real-time updates to user environments as quickly as possible. We partnered closely and have recently acquired a company called Realogic, who built the Aaron infrastructure. And Aaron is an efficient UDP message transport used in many banks, and its key focus is performance. Its design goal is to have the highest throughput with the lowest and most predictable latency of any messaging system. So The people who specialize in that area are, you know, they are so smart. They are so good at what they do. Some of them have worked at some of the biggest trading houses in the world, you know, and they've really become subject matter experts in this area. We've got our own platform that we build on called Hydra, which is all about resiliency and redundancy in trading systems. And those words might not mean much to you, but they refer just to if you have a trading system, you know, it's really important that it's up all the time when people want to trade, that there's no delays between transactions so that one person gets advantaged instead of the other. So we will actually create a cluster of multiple trading and matching engines that are all communicating with each other and ensure that the system is always up and there to respond. FDC3 is something that I'm involved in. It's the open source project that I mentioned, which is all about open source standards for building applications that collaborate with one another. Last year, we won the Trading Tech Insight Award for the best cloud-based trading environment. You know, and this refers to a project we built on top of Hydra with one of our clients. And it's fascinating as well to work at a company which is so cloud focused. Traditionally, banks and finance company have been quite wary of the cloud, and that's starting to change. And you know, we've proven that you can even build highly performant, highly resilient trading systems running completely in the cloud.
Definitely. And I think to what Riko has shared earlier, right, what's really interesting is coming from a bank, when I worked at Barclays, we actually partner with Adaptive on a project. And I think what's most impressive, right, is they are like a really nimble team, and they were able to do it really fast and actually really teach our team, right, about some of the best practices. So it's really interesting to see that Adaptive team actually worked with every major banks. So you kind of knows all the different banks infrastructure really intel.
To try and make it practical, I've got some examples here of real applications that we've built for some of our customers. We can't always talk about all of the 100 solutions we've offered, but these are some examples of ones that we can talk about. The one you see at the top left is called ErisX, and that is a CFTC regulated institutional cryptocurrency exchange. So we partnered with ErisX to build this system, both the front end that you see there, but also the matching engine in the back end. What a matching engine means is, if you imagine there's lots of people buying and selling, it has to match them together so that people get the best deal possible. And that needs to happen very quickly and needs to be very stable, and speed of execution is very important. So we have infrastructure and experience to help us building systems like that, which allowed us to put this system together, complicated trading system for ErisX in 8 months, you know, with our team. And the ErisX was subsequently bought by CBOE, and they said that it exceeds traditional capital market standards of performance and reliability. You know, so that's something we're very proud of. That also shows the type of systems that you get to work on. The one on the right is called MTS Bond Pro, and MTS is one of Europe's leading electronic fixed income trading markets. And we rebuilt the user interface and web services layer for MTS Bonds Pro, and that resulted in the application that you can see there. So we don't always build just trading systems. You know, people will have existing infrastructure that we will then integrate with and help them to refresh and transform. And the system at the bottom is called, sorry, at the bottom left is called Broker Tech Quote from the CME. And that is a dealer to client request for quote system or trading environment. Request for quote means that people can request a price for something that they will buy, and they will then be given a price that is catered to them which they can choose to execute on. So we developed and deployed a minimum viable product for broker tech in just 6 months. We're still, it's now longer than that. We're still working with them on continuing to evolve the system. But this is a system that won the best cloud trading environment award last year. And so hopefully what these examples will show you is that people often talk about how exciting it is to go and work at Google, or let me try and think of another example, Apple maybe, right? I'm a bit scared of saying Facebook nowadays, but I particularly find the solutions that we are building just as interesting, if not more interesting, than what those companies are doing. What they are doing is very interesting as well. It's got very much a retail focus and a wide customer base focus, but the type of problems we have to solve in finance and in financial technology is incredibly interesting. And at Adaptive, we bring people together with lots of different disciplines. It's not just coding. We have developers, yes, but we have user experience designers who build these nice user interfaces, design the user interfaces. We have project managers, we have quality assurance specialists, we have DevOps people, we have people who support the systems once they are deployed. It really is everybody coming together, working as a team to deliver these type of projects. We're also one of the only financial companies that I know of that make a fully available financial system available as open source. Reactive Trader is our in-house showcase. It's not a real foreign exchange trading application. The prices are simulated, and when you click buy and sell, it's not that you're really buying FX, but it's available on GitHub. You can use the QR code if you want to go and look at it. You can download the code, you can run it on your machine, you can see how we've built the user interface. We use the latest web technologies and approaches to build this. And we use it to show off to people the type of things we do. And it's a great resource for you if you are interested in the type of applications that we build or that people in financial technology build. So to summarize, what is Adaptive's mission? We want to build a global company that is a great place to work, that drives the maturation of markets through business and technology consulting, and that is a preeminent technology provider and operator of bespoke real-time electronic trading systems, right? That is quite a narrow focus, actually, if you think about it. We are not trying to be a big consultancy that helps everyone with everything. Our focus is real-time electronic trading systems. And that means, the bar is quite high for the type of staff we hire for, but also it makes it a great place to learn about technology and about engineering. And that's one of the reasons we started our early careers program. So let me tell you a bit more about that. Our program is structured so that we can train people up who've just come from university or from coding school, and teach them about technology, about finance, about all of the soft skill you need to become an entry-level developer in our company. And some of the benefits that we have is, obviously, like I mentioned, you can work with the latest technology, challenging projects, with international teams, both inside Adaptive and at our clients. Mentoring is very important to us. We want to make sure people are mentored and that we go on a journey with you when you start your career. We're a very collaborative and open and flat company. Everyone can talk to anyone, and everyone helps everyone. And it's a great way to start off your career. I sometimes think that we as humans struggle to think in terms of cumulative or exponential effects. You saw it even with the COVID pandemic, where we can't quite contemplate this idea of something doubling every day, right? If you can start out with your career in an environment like this, where you learn these things from day one, that sets you up on an amazing trajectory in terms of where you can go, because it's like a cumulative effect. We have fair work conditions and pay. More than that, you know, in diversity, mental health is very important to us. You know, we had a diversity and inclusion festival, I think last year or the year before that, where we brought in great speakers from across the world to come and talk about diversity practices. And we have wonderful benefits. I've spoken to some of the people that we've trained in our program, and they're like, when I first went for an interview, I couldn't believe that Adaptive would pay me while training me up, because not all of the people I spoke to do that. They want me to come and work for them for free while they're training me. For us, it's a job. You just get trained when you start out. Why did we start the Early Careers program? You know, it's a competitive market to hire people. And we feel that if we bring the right people in and train them up, that helps to give us an edge as well. We can help our candidates grow to fit well into our high performing teams, teach you the things that we value from an early stage, you know, and you might not necessarily have habits that you've picked up that, you know, will be detrimental in our eyes. It brings in new eyes and fresh ideas to the company, which is something we're always looking for. And we can share our culture with you right from the start, and hopefully make our culture as important to you as it is to us. And it helps our existing staff to engage with people coming into the company to help train them up. We now, in many of our participants in our Early Careers program from the early years are now helping to train up the new people that come in, you know, which is great to see. You know, people at Adaptive have had such positive experiences in the past with training programs for graduates. What are the components of our program? We have training, and it's very hands-on. You know, you will be trained for multiple months in technical skills, agile software development, finance, consultancy skills. We want to raise people up to the same level as experienced people that we can hire. So it's very intensive. You know, you have to learn a lot in a short amount of time. I spoke to someone that started out on our recent program that I'm training at the moment, you know, and he said, I thought when I joined the company, you would just give me some videos to watch and books to read and leave me by myself. That's not what we do. We spend hours a day from people across the company to speak to people personally, to work with them closely. We have a big emphasis on teamwork and collaboration because it's so important to us as a company. You learn how to deliver software together in teams, about shared code ownership, about delivering a project successfully as a team, and the practices that are necessary for that. Knowledge sharing is a big part of our company as well. And we both have people from across the company come and talk to you about sales, about you know, about the back office, about quality assurance, about all of the various aspects of delivering projects. And we help you to grow your own skills for presenting and talking to people, because that is something we often have to do in front of our customers. And then mentorship and guidance and support. This is something that we've worked hard on to improve, because we realized how important it is from when we started out. Everybody gets a mentor when they join that help you grow at the company and in your career, because and it's not you know, someone who's checking up with you. It's really a friend that can share their experience with you, that you can turn to for advice, etc. I think I might be short on time, so I'll try to speed up a little bit. You know, we have this intense training phase for 4 months, and then we put people on projects either in-house or with clients where they continue to be closely mentored and supported. And after that, you know, they can transition to become full-time developers and team members. Don't take our word for it. I've got some quotes here from some of the people that I had the privilege of training last year. You know, I'm not going to read them all out to you, but you know, you can see that, you know, they feel that it's a dream come true for someone in hoping to get into software development in finance. And that's something we like to hear, because that's what we're hoping to achieve. And they usually work with us as well on how to improve the program for for following years, and make sure all of the aspects of the program are as beneficial for everyone as possible. People love the mentoring aspect of it as well, and they like the structure. You know, they like how deep we dive into the fundamentals of JavaScript or backend development, etc. And we, you know, my approach when I train people is very much about teaching people the things that you can't find out online, right? You can learn how to code nowadays, you know, by watching videos, by reading things online, but there's so many things to do with software engineering and software delivery that you can't easily find online. And those are the things that has the most value for us to train people in. Yeah, there's some more quotes from some of our candidates. So that sort of brings me almost to the end of my presentation, to talk about some of the positions we are currently looking for. I don't know if you had any questions, Ying, about some of the things I've said so far.
Yeah, I think, Riko, thank you so much. This is really insightful. I think the questions are really along to, you know, what you're going to talk about, right? So we have Simon ask the question of what tips you have, right, for young professionals, and what would you expect from a graduate work is from an entirely different background, which I think you can probably cover to what you're
I'll cover that at the end when I've talked.
You know, what type of candidates can stand out, right, in your selection process.
Cool. So there are also people, I'm sure, on today's Careers Day who are not people looking to get into software development. And we have lots of positions open across all of our locations for Java developers, business analysts, UX designers, quality assurance specialists, etc. Right? So we also have positions open in the back office for people. Back office means people in sales, accounting, finance, you know, IT operations, etc. But you can go to our careers website and you can see all of these open positions and apply to them. You know, we're really keen to find people at the moment, so please do that in case you're interested. The early careers program, we've just started out our first Java training program. We started, I think, at the start of February. So I'm training people up in Java at the moment. However, in June in America and later this year in Europe, we will be again having our web training program. And we are really hoping to scale that up this year, train even more people. We will train you in TypeScript, React, and all CSS, and a whole bunch of related web technologies and approaches. So it is a great kickstart if you're already somebody who's interested in that. You can follow those QR codes. They will take you to the place where you can apply for those early careers positions. We're going to start interviewing for them in the near future.
Riko, just a quick question.
Yes.
Some participants ask, are those internship positions or full-time positions?
Great question. I apologize if I haven't made that clear. They are full-time positions. So we hire people full-time, and we train you up, and then you go and work on one of our project delivery teams. So they are not internship positions. We don't at the present, we don't take on interns that often. I think because of the way we work and the size we are, that's tricky at the moment. But we're always willing to speak to good people. So feel free to get in touch.
Awesome. And also, Riko, what are the top 3, characteristics you're looking for when you interview people for these positions?
That's a great question. What do we look for? I think it's something that almost everyone has said so far. Passion and enthusiasm is something that we look for. If you walk in the door and you are really passionate and enthusiastic, that is a great start. For the early careers program, we don't look to hire people who are already the finished article. Not that anyone ever really is, but we are hiring on potential. So if you can impress us with your drive, with your passion, with your interest in technology, then that goes a long way.
Awesome.
Another tip that I have is don't be afraid to say when you don't know. I think, for some strange reason, we live in a world where, where people are scared of saying they don't know things. People feel like you have to kind of give an answer of some kind. Actually, a lot of the time, I don't know is the best answer you can give. And we see lots of people who we ask questions to that we don't necessarily expect an answer for, because we're just probing to see how deep their skills go, but then they will try to guess or make up something. I think as an engineer, it's a really important point to get to realize that a lot of the time you don't know what you need to know to be able to make a good engineering decision. And that is something that I appreciate in people, if they can say that,
Definitely. Thank you so much, Riko.
Yep. Are we out of time?
Yeah, I think we're right on time. We're just wrapping up. Yeah, thank you so much. This is super, super helpful. And I think what really, please scan the QR code, right, or connect to Adaptive team. I think what I felt most impressed working in financial services for the last 15 years is most of the times you are we call sink or swim, right? You're putting it on the arena and you figure things out yourself. And when I learned about the early career program, I was like, wow, there are firms out there that really take their people seriously, and they take all these intensive training to help you be successful for your job. So I think, yeah, so that's something for all of you, if you're interested in financial technology, in web development, right, in electronic trading, this is a great place to be in.
Cool. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Riko. Awesome. And I see we're actually time to move on to our next session. And we have our speaker join us already. One sec. Let me, so welcome, Priya. Hi, Priya, how are you?
Hello, I think
Hi.
you on the line with us.
Yes, give me 1 sec. I'm just finding Malcolm as well. Hi, Malcolm, can you turn on your video so I can spotlight you as well?
I think he's just
Malcolm, are you on? Oh, cool. Awesome. Hi. It's great to have both of you join us today.
Thank you for having us.
Hi, and if everybody can turn off your camera, and we forgot to say thank you to Riko, but also say hi to Priya and Malcolm.
Nice to meet you guys.
Hi, great to have you. So Priya is head of strategy and business development for CrossTower, and Malcolm is a junior trader and operation analyst at CrossTower. So I will hand it over to you guys to give us a quick introduction of your own career path and what landed you to CrossTower.
Sounds good. Thank you. I'll take this first. So I am head of strategy at CrossTower, and I started my career actually in private equity. Went on to do advisory and wealth management consulting work for a Big Four in wealth and asset management. And in 2017, I started doing like more cryptocurrency, so digital asset kind of work. I promise you, the first day I was doing that, I was like, what is this? This is not real money. What is happening? And then the more I learned about it, the more I educated myself around distributed ledger technology, tokenization, blockchain, the use cases, and how that's a disruptor, but also it's an evolution of TradFi, right? And I became really intrigued by it and started working heavily in that space. And then I switched on to become the head of digital asset practice for a firm called Capco, where I led a team and we did POCs around how to integrate different APIs for our traditional trading, within banks and to the new firms that are coming in. And did a lot of product strategy and distribution for wealth and asset managers. And now I'm here at CrossTower, where I oversee as strategy. I oversee a lot of things, but I specialize in wealth and asset management, and we're building out our NFT marketplace.
Awesome.
For myself, I have a way shorter career. I graduated college back in 2020 in the midst of the pandemic. So I'm part of that Zoom class. So I graduated from Iona College, which is a private institution in New York with a double degree in finance and international studies. I went on to work for TP ICAP, who I believe, was part of this careers day as well. I worked for TP ICAP in New York City as part of their interest rate swaps desk. So I traded swaps with them for around a year and a half. I moved back to Spain, where I worked for BBVA, which is Spain's second largest bank by assets. And over there, I went on to the middle office department. I was within the static data division, so just basically managing all the static data that is needed for transactions within banks, to run smoothly. The opportunity came to me to jump onto fintech. It was something that I had planned for myself. I have been a witness and a learner of digital assets and all of this blockchain revolution for a couple of years. And when I actually had the chance, to be involved in the front lines, I really couldn't say no. So here we are today.
Awesome. Thanks so much for both of your stories. And I think, Priya, I will start with you. You actually mentioned that you were in private equities, and then the blockchain crypto, it just really attracts you, right? And you jump and kind of in this space. Can you tell us a little bit of what is it in crypto and also blockchain that makes so attractive to you?
So a couple of things, right? So number one, as a woman, what happens is a lot of times you come in the back end where the foundation is already laid out, the building is built, and you just work in that office. This is probably in my lifetime going to be one of the only few moments where it's so disruptive. I don't think there's going to be a moment like that for a few years or a few decades where I can actually help lay the foundation. And everything that we are using right now in some way, shape, or form is enabled by blockchain technology. And that's because of the attributes that it has, the actual blocks, the timestamp, and distributed ledger technology. So that's one part. The second part is, if you can picture this with me, there's 62 trillion assets in motion that are going to get transferred over the next 25 years within the US to people who are digitally native. And who are those people? Those people are your consumers. Anything that's B2C, anything, even me, I'm a consumer of so many things. I'm digitally native. I don't like carrying my wallet anymore. I just like to tap my phone, right? When I was a kid, I wasn't online shopping the way I online shop now. So to think of things that might seem ludicrous now, it's actually with JP Morgan investing in like ad in the metaverse, it's like crazy, but actually you're going to spend so much time there that when you're in the metaverse, you're actually going to be seeing ads there rather than on TV. So it's with the 62 trillion assets in motion, with the behavioral pattern and everything changing, I wanted to jump on that bandwagon and be able to service. And I was thinking more from a wealth and asset management point of view, service the needs of those who are investing, right? So do they, as part of the asset-based allocation, you know, they're investing in commodities, they're investing in other items, they will also want to invest in digital assets. And that's why I wanted to learn about it more and jump into it and not come in the back end, but be actually a shapeshifter in the space.
Gotcha, awesome, thank you so much. And Malcolm, you also mentioned, you know, as a student, this is actually not something you plan. You really just capture or seize the opportunity. And half of our audience today are actually students. They are exploring the world of job opportunities, and a lot of them felt extremely overwhelmed. So what are some of your advice and also your experience that you can share as you are navigating this kind of environment as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is actually very funny because I do remember this little story when I was a freshman, first year student. You know, I was very sad when I was declaring for my majors. I wanted to study finance and international studies because that's what I wanted. And the dean for the liberal arts school in my my university told me, hey, you should pay attention to just things that are happening. I would recommend doing finance and computer science. And I was, you know, it's back in 2016. I was like, this guy's crazy. Fast forward, you know, we are seeing this evolution of fintech becoming bigger and bigger. So that is number one. Number two, the transition between finishing uni and starting your professional life. Oftentimes, at least in my experience, we think that the world is, you know, very set. There's only a very few careers that you can make a living out of. And I realized when I stepped into the real world, you can virtually do anything and everything. You know, the more you talk to people, experienced professionals, young professionals, you end up seeing these roles, you know, not even the title, but the tasks. Is like, wow, I didn't even know there was a possibility for someone to have a job and make a living out of this, right? So I say for students, both first year students or last year students, just keep your options open. Try and talk to as many people as possible, because that's going to allow you to gain very good perspective that then will be crucial for whenever you guys are making those decisions for yourselves.
Definitely. Awesome. Thank you. And I think one of the things that you said really resonate, right, is when we are in universities, it's sort of the tunnel vision, right? So you're really focusing on your grades, focusing on all of these majors and courses and stuff, which is the right thing, right? That's what you are supposed to do as a student. But at the same time, right, I think it's really take a step back and look at the kind of the world out there. There's so many opportunities. And that's one of the mission that Working Fintech really wanted to create this forum and community to educate and inspire people, right? To really look at the real world, right? There's a lot of things out there. And both of you landed or joined CrossTower. So Priya, can you tell us a little bit of who is CrossTower, and then what does CrossTower do, and what really attracts both of you, right, to work in this company?
Gotcha. So we're the coolest firm. I'm kidding. Not really.
You are.
But if I break it down into 4 pillars, we start off as an exchange, crypto exchange. We are in 81 countries. Our OTC desk is out of Bermuda. In the US, we service a lot of institutional clients. So we have institutional and retail. By institution, I mean all the big banks, wealth and asset managers, hedge funds. So we start off as an exchange. We are thriving in India. We have a huge market share there. And the second pillar of our business is lending. When China, was not comfortable with Bitcoin miners, there was a deficit in the market. US became a huge mining hub, actually. So Texas, Wyoming, Pennsylvania, upstate New York. So they need loans to expand their facilities, to get machines and all of that. So we help them service those loans. So that's our lending arm. We're also going to be collateralizing NFTs, similar to a physical Mona Lisa. You can take a loan on it. You will be able to digitize your art like a Bored Ape, which is worth 2.2 million, and create loans on that. So that's our lending side of business, our pillar 2. Pillar 3 is wealth and asset management, where we have funds in motion. And we actually, people have back-tested data, we have performance data. We service different types of clients based on the risk appetite. Directional risk, which means if Bitcoin's up, we are able to, make money for you. If Bitcoin's down, we hedge it in a way we're able to make money. We also have delta neutral strategies, which are low risk. And the fourth pillar, which is like my favorite pillar, which I'm leading actually, is the NFT marketplace, where, NFT is all the craze, but it's not so much about like cats flying through space. It's a lot about ownership and non-fungible tokens and the utilization of that we're going to see in real estate and stuff. So we're across these 4 pillars, but crypto is funny. It's fast evolving. Who knows, by next week, we might have 7 pillars. So
I love that. Yeah. And speaking of NFTs, right, as you all know, we have the 12-year-old NFT prodigies from Working Fintech team that's joining us later today.
Oh, wow.
So that's a great story. And we wanted to hear more from CrossTower, kind of your NFT initiative or your NFT marketplace. And Malcolm, what attracts you to CrossTower?
What attracted me to CrossTower, there's several reasons. I, having been for a couple of years in traditional finance, and being a very young and ambitious person, I oftentimes thought that I have reached ceilings. I felt like everything was scripted for you as an analyst or as a broker. So you have to, whether you like it or not, go through the established path, because, that's traditional finance. Everything is very organized. Everything has a path. My decision to go into fintech and specifically CrossTower is that on the one side, the people that are leading us, all the heads, Priya being one of them, but our presidents and co-founders and heads of operations, heads of trading, there's people with 5, 10, 15, 20 plus unreal experience in traditional finance, in Wall Street, and they are seeing opportunity here. And they're seeing opportunity here, understanding that it's a very dynamic world and that it doesn't really matter how young, how old, who you are. If you are ambitious, you want to learn, and you are willing to, just put the effort, they're going to grant you the opportunity. So I think that is a constant for, just in general, fintech firms, startups, etc. But CrossTower is doing it within crypto, and it's trying to create a very interesting place, which is trying to marry, okay, we're part of this very changing, fast, very innovative and disruptive world, but we also are able to service with a Wall Street grade confidence and infrastructure, right? So it's a great project. When I first got explained it to me, it was a no-brainer. Also, I happen to be part of the Bermuda team. That might have been an incentive for me as well.
That's a plus, yeah.
Exactly. But no, really, it's a very, very amazing project, and it feels amazing to be part of it.
Definitely, right? Be part of change, or be part of this driving force that really laid the foundation for the industry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go off script just for 1 second.
Yeah.
And the only thing I'll say is, to Malcolm's point, I was, as an international student in the US, like when I was studying, I hit a lot of roadblocks. I have more rejections. I think I can make wallpapers out of them. And that happens, right? But I was many times in places where it's like, I didn't go to a certain Ivy League, or I didn't have this much experience or that many connections. I don't think at work we've ever discussed who went to school where, because we don't care. It's not who you've been, it's the potential of what you can do. And I think that is very important to us. Also, Malcolm really likes the ping pong table. So that might be one of the factors.
Yeah, that's just another evidence that you guys are the coolest place in the world. That's awesome to share. Thank you. And both of you actually work on similar but different roles, right? And I think the crypto world and also the fintech world in general, right? Because it's growing so fast, there is a lot of fluence, right? In terms of the roles, the jobs, and kind of the responsibilities and etc. But to the extent you can you share a little bit of like what you do, like what the day-to-day looks like, right? And then so the audience can get a very kind of more like concrete picture, right? Rather than say, oh, I can do whatever I wanted to do, right? So can you explain a little bit of your role, Priya, and also Macron for your roles as well?
Sure. So as strategy goes, I have to see things from a macro perspective across all four pillars, right? And step in whenever I need to. So we have head of lending, exchange, all of that. But strategy is required for pricing, product, packaging, marketing, PR. And I've never done marketing in my life, but now understanding the value of it is very interesting, especially from a branding perspective, because there are a lot of competitors in the space. So my day-to-day, I was brought in specifically to set up and lead the wealth and asset management practice as part of my role. And with that being said, it's everything from creating a whole wealth and asset management framework to what kind of master feeder structure, onshore, offshore funds, working with legal, actually doing fundraising for your fund. So if it's an open-ended fund, you want to at least get a 25 million soft circle, then you create a legal entity, you create that structure. So my day-to-day is right now split between wealth and asset management and NFT marketplace. But there's a lot of cross-selling that happens. So somebody who wants to trade on our exchange would also want to jump onto our NFT marketplace. So creating strategies across that is very interesting. I'm a huge whiteboarder, and I think I whiteboard the entire office. So what I like to do is always creating across the pillars as part of my strategy, what works, how are we better, where can we be better, and what are our impediments. That kind of strategy allows me to work across our weaknesses and create our positive things into value propositions and bring clients through the door.
Awesome. And you mentioned about CrossTower as a crypto exchange, right? And I think for a lot of the students, the word exchange may sound familiar, but they probably don't know exactly, what exchange does. Can you explain, a little bit of, what a crypto exchange does and, how you make money just from a business model perspective?
Malcolm, you want me to answer that, or he's pretty much the expert?
Yeah, I can take over that. Because of my role, so I'm being shared right now between operations for the exchange, as well as the trading desk. So piggybacking your question, focusing on the exchange. On exchange, if you guys were to think about it, you guys should look at it as just a marketplace. But as an exchange, it is a marketplace that is just going to match buyers and sellers. The way we do it is we base price action based on price and time. So let's say Priya wants to buy Bitcoin and she gives the best price to buy the very first. She's going to be matched with the best offer that comes first, right? So we are just a platform to match buyers and sellers based on price, quality, and time of entry. Now, how do we make money as an exchange? We need transactions to happen, right? We are facilitating those transactions to happen. So off of a notional, which would be the transaction amount, for the sake of the argument, let's say $100. Priya buys $100 of Bitcoin off of someone. We are going to take a very small percentage of that transaction as a fee for facilitating the trade. So that's the bread and butter, pretty much, of the exchange. Is very simple. As an exchange, you obviously want more volume, so more people transact, you can charge more fees. And that goes both for retail and institutional investors, right? So obviously, the volumes are going to change, the fixed amounts are going to change, but that's the idea, as a whole, as a business model, just as an exchange.
Awesome. And what are your day-to-days? What do you kind of do in the sense that in both of your roles?
Yeah. So as an operations analyst, we need to make things happen for the exchange, right? The exchange is built on our technology, but you still need manual and you still need people making things happen, right? So we deal with both institutional and retail clients, as I mentioned before. I am mostly taking care of institutional settlements, right? There's always positive and negative balances that we have with our clients. So we need to settle with them. They need to settle with us. We create reports, send them out. Can you please post, collateral so we settle? It's a lot of financial reporting, keeping tracks of balances for customers, as well as giving out permissions or taking away permissions, moving collateral around within the client's accounts, helping with any tech issues they might have. Some people don't know that they have to move their collateral from bank to spot to be able to trade, which is a very common practice in exchanges. So that would be more on the operational side. It's very much dealing with balances, bookkeeping related to all of our client base. As a junior trader, I work more on the capital market side. So I engage a lot on strategy, creation, and implementation when it comes to trading. I sit a lot with our head of trading. We have several calls during the day. First one at 9 a.m., commenting on everything that's going on in the world, macro, pre-market open, market opens, we're busy placing trades, following up on what Priya was saying, satisfying the different strategies that we have, more directional ones. How do we manually make sure that we are still making money for our client? For delta neutral ones, what is going on in the world? How is, for example, this geopolitical stuff happening in Ukraine going to affect equities, then Bitcoin, then Ethereum, then altcoins? So we look at everything that's going on and try to anticipate moves in order to make sure that we always come out on top. On top of that, you need to move collateral around. We have several accounts. So not only order execution and trade execution, but also, hey, let's make sure that our balances as a trading desk are fulfilled. So we are always ready to place an order at any given time that satisfies our needs. Because as a trader, the one thing you would hate the most is to miss an opportunity just because you could not trade at that moment, right? So those are the two things that I mostly do. I know that it's a little bit of a lot and a little bit all over the place, but those are the two roles that I fulfill for CrossTower.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It sounds very fluent, and it also give you, what's interesting, right, is exactly as you said earlier. When you work in a traditional finance, your role is well defined, right? You may be working in one specific function for 5 years, but here you got to work on so many different things all at the time. And I know that CrossTower is growing like crazy, right? You guys are one of the top exchanges by trading volumes. So if you can touch on a little bit of what type of roles you're hiring, and also what some of the qualities you're looking for people, right? And then we can move on to Q&A.
I know we are almost at time, so I'll be brief about it. So we are listed as the 4th best exchange. And like I said, we're not just an exchange. We have opportunities across all lines of business. Hard skills can be taught. Soft skills is what is innate and can be enhanced over time and learned if you have that ability. So I think we look for people who have intellectual curiosity, who can pivot, and who are flexible. And we are very, very focused on culture. We are very women-centric. We are very diverse. We have people from all genders, races, color, like none of that matters to us. So somebody who can work in an environment like that is very important to us. We are adding 500 jobs over the next 12 months, and we're looking for good people who can work with us and who are very intrigued, interested, and want to grow with us. We are scaling very rapidly with the demand coming in. So with that being said, we have sales across all business lines. Depends on what you're looking for, we probably have a spot for you as long as you're a good cultural fit. And like I said, intellectually curious and want to learn and are intrigued by blockchain. So we have sales, business development, marketing, social media, finance, account payable, legal and compliance, traders. We are adding across all lines of business. We've actually hired a lot of people over the last few months, and we continue to do that. So if you guys are interested, please find me on LinkedIn, shoot me a note, and we will definitely get back to you.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. And now we are moving to Q&A. So my team, if you can quickly just get the questions together. And before we do that, I wanted to quickly share this slide that my team is putting together. Some of the top or key takeaways, right, from Priya and Malcolm. So number one is educate yourself on things you may be unfamiliar with. It's a learning opportunity, right? And also dive into emerging spaces. Disruption can be positive. And as we go increasingly digital, crypto, blockchain are the future, right, of the business. I think that's what Priya has shared. And also seize opportunities, even if it is unplanned. Be ambitious and curious. Curiosity is something that has been overly emphasized, right, over the last 2 days. And the possibilities for careers are endless. Explore opportunities and keep your options open. Networking is key for gaining new perspectives and also be part of change. Intellectual curiosity is probably the number one important things if you wanted to work at CrossTower. So thank you so much again.
Thank you, guys.
So who from my team can support for the Q&A sessions?
Yep, we have a question. What skills can students learn now to stand out if they want to work in crypto?
I think what I did was there are a lot of free resources that exist where you start with literally blockchain 101, right? Understanding everything that's being thrown around, that's very sounds very like cool and all of that. That's awesome, but that's like the third layer, fourth layer. So learning about blockchain, learning about the underlying technology, learning about distributed ledger technology, Web3 use cases. That's where, because if I have Algorand or if I have Alchemy or whatever, it means nothing if it doesn't have utility or use cases. So start there and then just keep up, be part of multiple groups, communities, talk to people, go to events. There's so many events that are happening. I'm never in the office in the evening because I have to go meet network. So that's how you learn the most.
On my end, I'd say very much to what Priya just said. I don't happen to be the most technical person. You know, I don't necessarily know how to code, or I'm not a code wizard, but do try and understand how the technology works and how that relates to real world cases. You know, try to understand how the technology works and how you can relate that to your life. You know, you don't need to necessarily know how to build a software or know the ins and outs of blockchain like you know yourself, but it is definitely interesting to pay attention and understand very well, okay, this is how it works, this is what it does, this is why people want or will use it, you know. So I'm a very big fan of just, you know, looking at big picture as well, understanding at a very general basis. So I'd say go for that as well.
Definitely. Awesome. We have also a very interesting question. So Simon has shared, he's interested in your opinion on central bank digital currencies and whether you believe they will become trending in the future.
CBDCs have a huge push, right? And that's a lot of times what we are seeing, especially in India, when in November, the winter bill was going to come out. And what they were saying is they were going to ban it completely. Instead of that, CrossTower actually wrote a white paper in conjunction with the US-India Strategic Alliance to educate policymakers, right? So CBDC is their way of kind of getting comfortable with cryptocurrency. And it will be something that is going to be the future from a central bank perspective. There's also like stable coins. So it's their version of stable coin. But we're going to see a huge push in the back end in DC. Visa has its own whole team dedicated to CBDC, helping them build that out. So we're going to see that come out of pretty much every marketplace, every company. They're going to try to push and have some sort of a say in that, but every country is going to start evolving and moving towards CBDCs.
Awesome, thank you. And then we got another question is, you mentioned that you are not just a crypto exchange, right? You are the fourth largest crypto exchange. And there are so many crypto exchanges out there. So for students or people who are new to the space, what are some of the criteria you think could be helpful to help them to really identify which companies they wanted to work with?
I think you have to think about longevity, risk and regulatory. Right now, we're all working in a lot of grays, right? Because there are not enough regulations that exist, because Gary Gensler, SEC, is still trying to figure it out. So any company you align yourself with, you don't want to align yourself with a company that might do unscrupulous things. And I think that's why I came to this company. One of our co-founders is ex-CFTC. She's a lawyer. She has worked with Guggenheim, and the other one has built exchanges. So there are many times we let go of deals that are huge, but we don't feel comfortable with it. We are very longevity, risk, and regulatory and compliance focused. So you want to do things the right way. I think, to me, that's a very important factor of why I work here.
Gotcha. And can you also describe a little bit of the interview process at CrossTower? So if people are interested, right, what are some of the processes? And also, what are some of the advice you have for people who can stand out from the interview process?
I think I can take over that one. I've been very familiar with it over the past couple of months. I'd say that they're very similar for both interns and full-times. They usually go through an initial screening just to assess, it's usually a behavioral assessment, trying to get to know the person a little bit, trying to assess, as Priya said before, if it's a good cultural fit. Once that is okay and there is a second round, that is usually with either a senior analyst or straight up the head of the department. And that is a little bit more technical, just to assess the actual experience or actual knowledge of the candidates. If they go through that, there's usually negotiation time. You start talking about the terms of the contract, offer, etc. And then if both parties are satisfied, you go on and join the company. If I were to give any advice, both for interns or people that are thinking about full-times, again, I'm trying to put the emphasis on this is a very, very extremely changing field. Not everyone is going to be a crypto whiz. Matter of fact, I think there are very few crypto wizards in the world right now. I think that we are all learners in this space. Mm-hmm. So what we are looking for is for people that do want to learn, people that are curious, want to learn, and are hard workers. They are willing to go that extra mile in order for them to learn and bridge that knowledge gap that we all have in the end of the day,
Definitely. And, Priya, you talked about the 4 pillars of CrossTower, right? And some of the new initiatives you guys are launching. And then you also mentioned that you are hiring 500 people in the next 12 months. So one of the questions from the audience is, what do you think, how big is the opportunity in crypto compared to traditional finance?
Well, I don't know if you guys saw, but the New York Stock Exchange wants to get into NFTs and metaverse now, right? So with that being said, there is a moment where either TradFi is moving completely to DeFi, or there's a convergence of TradFi and DeFi. What we do and how we do things is, in some pillars, a convergence, right? In the wealth and asset management space, where we are, hedge funds coming to me and it's like, hey, I want exposure to crypto, create this fund for me. I'm like, cool, I'll do that. So that's a TradFi DeFi moment, and then helping institutions or retail exchange, do exchange token listings and all of that on an exchange. That's a DeFi moment. With all that being said, there's a huge opportunity in terms of bringing either TradFi experience or learning both TradFi, DeFi within our firm. How we do things and what we bring to the table. I'm completely from a traditional finance world. My co-founders are traditional finance world, but we are curious, we've learned, and we've worked in the field. our office, we live, breathe, and eat crypto, digital assets, tokenization all day, right? We are talking about NFT. I'm talking to celebrities to bring them onto my marketplace. And I was like, I didn't go to school for this. So with that being said, it's like it's a mesh of a lot of things. So it's a mesh of what we've learned, best practices, how to be Goldman Sachs standard, and then bringing that to a decentralized finance, digital asset space. So, and with the opportunities that exist, I saw that somebody's like, where are your roles based out of? It's mostly the US, and then we also have out of India, Bermuda. We, like I said, we are out of 81 countries, but our 3 biggest offices are in India, Bermuda, and the US.
Awesome, thank you. And you mentioned about Goldman Sachs. We actually had Clare from Goldman Sachs join us this morning, which you can certainly see traditional finance is embracing fintech, right? That's one of the things we emphasized yesterday as one of the key takeaways is every company is becoming a fintech company sooner or later. So I definitely see a lot of convergence between the two. And thank you so much, Priya and Malcolm, for joining us today from CrossTower. If you're really interested, wanting to connect with them, is it okay for the audience to connect with both of you on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yep.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
And
For having us.
we're going to take a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we have Marshall from Gemini to join us in 5 minutes.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news talking this and that. Well, give me all you got and don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high to bring me down. Can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof.
Welcome back, everyone. Hi, Marshall.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I am doing well.
Great. One sec. Let me just set up you for the spotlight.
Wow.
Oops. Awesome. Great to have you join us today.
Great to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. And you have a really interesting career path. Would you like to quickly kick it off by just introducing yourself to the audience and talk us a little bit about what leads you to Gemini and also what have you been really focusing on?
Sure, yeah. So hi, everyone. My name is Marshall Beard. I am the head of strategy and corporate development at Gemini. I'll spend a couple minutes just talking about what Gemini is. But basically, we are a global leading cryptocurrency exchange and custodian. So you know, if you think about Coinbase or something like that, Gemini is a similar kind of business model to that. So we offer an exchange where you can buy and sell up to 70 different cryptocurrencies. We have a crypto custody solution. We have an NFT marketplace called Nifty Gateway. We issue our own stablecoin, the Gemini dollar. We have an earn product where you can earn yield on your crypto assets. We have a credit card product where you can earn crypto rewards on all your purchases. So we're kind of this full stack crypto business, and what it is, you know, we like to see ourselves as the bridge between the traditional world and the digital crypto economy, right? And so we're the trusted, kind of reliable, compliant exchange that sits in the middle, that gives everyone easy access to the crypto economy, education, and different product offerings, and then lets you explore even deeper should you want to. And so Gemini was founded in 2014. So we've been around for about 7 years now. We're 800 employees now. We have offices across the US. We have offices in the United Kingdom, offices in Ireland, offices in Singapore, and offices in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So, you know, our posture over the last 2 years since COVID hit is office optional. So you can come into our offices if you'd like, or you don't if you don't want to. I think our office is open in Manhattan, where I work out of. Yesterday I went in, or Friday I went in, and there was maybe 10 people there. So a lot of people, I think, at least in the wintertime, are still choosing to work remotely. So that's Gemini, and I'm happy to dig in. You know, crypto is an incredibly exciting market right now. I think there's just incredibly positive sentiment. There's a ton of brilliant people coming into the industry. There is incredible capital available for people looking to start their own businesses. And so it's just an incredibly exciting time. And you see a lot of bright people coming from traditional technology businesses into the crypto ecosystem. My career path is interesting, and I think my LinkedIn was shared in the chat if anyone wants to take a look, and feel free to message me, or, you know, friend request me, or whatever it is. Yeah, so I graduated college in 2012. I moved to New York City, and I got my first job as an analyst at Prudential Financial. What's interesting about my career actually is I didn't even go to college right out of high school. I come from a blue collar town just south of Boston, Massachusetts, and college wasn't really part of the plans for me, to be honest. I worked in the union in Boston doing flooring, so like laying floors in big industrial real estate, and I did that for a couple of years before realizing that you know, I wanted to go back to school. I wanted to have a different style career path, and so I went back to college. I went to school at the University of Southern Maine in Portland, Maine, which was an incredible experience. I really love Maine, a lot of fun. So when I graduated from undergrad, I moved to New York City, and I got a job at Prudential. So I was an analyst at Prudential. I basically worked in life annuities finance. doing FP&A, financial planning and analysis, corporate finance. And then I actually moved, I went to business school. So I did online business school in between working at Prudential, and my next job was at PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC. I got a role as a management consultant doing M&A, merger and acquisition advisory. And so through Prudential into PwC, I got my MBA from University of Massachusetts. And that was like the early stages of my career, right? And so I was working full time, I was doing school part time, and I was kind of finding my path. And so an interesting part of my story is I worked on the side while I was at Prudential and PwC. My friend had a business called Barstool Sports. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but it's a large media company here in the US. And this was it was 5 or 6 people at the time. This, now Barstool got acquired. It's a few hundred folks, but at the time there was less than 10 people. And I actually sold advertising on the side. I'm from Massachusetts. Barstool originated in Boston, and I knew one of the guys who worked there. And so throughout my traditional finance career, I was actually also selling advertising for Barstool Sports on the side. And so I liked my financial career, and I wanted it to keep progressing, especially at PwC. But the opportunity to work at Barstool full time was always there. I just really didn't take it. So in 2016, Barstool Sports was acquired by the Cheung Group, an investment firm out of Los Angeles. And they placed a real CEO in, this woman, Erica Nardini. And she recruited me to come in full time and be the chief of staff at Barstool. So I'd already been working at Barstool for quite some time, but it was more legitimate now that they were acquired and there was a new CEO in place. And so I left PwC and I joined Barstool full time as their chief of staff. And at the time, this was, I think, 2016, this term chief of staff, this title was relatively new. I think nowadays a lot of tech startups have chief of staff titles. But back then, it was relatively new, and I wasn't too familiar with it at that point. And so I remember Googling chief of staff, and I saw
what does that mean exactly?
Yeah, and I saw an article by a gentleman that lived in New York City who wrote about this chief of staff role, and they had this monthly meetup in New York City. And so I signed up and I went, and maybe there was 10 of us at the time. And every month we'd go to each other's offices and we'd talk about chief of staff, basically scaling companies, right? Like how to get from 0 to 1 and just, learning from each other and sharing knowledge with each other. And it was quite interesting. I actually met the chief of staff, this woman named Beth Kurtzen, who was the chief of staff to the founders of Gemini, my current company, their family office, Winklevoss Capital. And so I met this woman, Beth. I had always been an investor in Bitcoin, and I can talk about that a little later. And she recruited me to join Gemini. And so I joined Gemini, I think maybe at 30 employees over 4 years ago. And here we are at 800 employees and, in 60 plus countries. So I've been through a lot of the growth, a lot of the cycles of the Gemini business and kind of the crypto economy. So it's been incredibly interesting. I think a really funny piece of my story is every part of my career was actually initiated by a woman who helped me. And so my first job at Prudential out of college, I moved to New York City, and to be honest, I was waiting tables. So I was working at a restaurant, applying to jobs, trying to get a job. And my friend's mother, who lived in Brooklyn, after maybe 5 months of seeing me kind of trying, she helped me out and she connected me to a contact she had at Prudential. And so that was my first relationship from my friend's mother, who helped me find my first job. And so when I went from Prudential to PwC, when I was at school, I used to bartend actually on the weekends, and I met a woman who worked at PwC. And I remember she gave me her card when I graduated and I moved to New York City, and I emailed her and I got on the phone with her and I talked about my career. And then PwC reached out to interview me. And so that was my next transition. So she helped me get that job. And when Barstool was acquired, Erica Nardini, recruited me in to join Barstool. So, it's quite interesting. And then Beth Kurtzen from Winklevoss Capital brought me over to Gemini. So the 4 jobs that I've had in my career were all initiated by 4 women who really reached out and helped me grow. So it's an interesting story. I'm super grateful for those women who helped me, because I really love my position now, and it's incredibly exciting. So I'll talk about what I do at Gemini. So I'm the head of strategy and corporate development. So corporate development in most large organizations means mergers and acquisitions, right? And so that's a piece of what I do. So I like to think of, there's 4 areas that I cover at Gemini. So I do all of our M&A, so all of our mergers and acquisitions. We've acquired 6 businesses at Gemini to date. So that's one piece of what my team focuses on. Another piece is venture investing. So I run our venture fund, the Gemini Frontier Fund, which is an early stage venture vehicle. It's balance sheet backed, right? So we use our own Gemini capital and invest in early stage crypto projects. I think we have maybe 40 portfolio companies in this investment vehicle. Another thing that we focus on is global expansion. And so we focus a lot on go-to-market strategies and opening up Gemini in new jurisdictions, right? So crypto is 24/7. It's basically internet-based. And so, anywhere that we can be regulatory compliant, we open our services in there. And so I think today we're at maybe 65 different jurisdictions, and that's what we do. We build the executive team, we build the go-to-market, we launch in the region, and then we kind of go to the next one. So we did the UK and broader EU. We did APAC and the broader Asia Pacific region. And now this year, we're focusing on Latin America. We started in Brazil, and we're branching out. So M&A, ventures, expansion, and the 4th is strategic partnerships. And so when I think about Gemini, I think, how can I partner with other players, whether they're crypto companies or not, to grow our business, right? And so we have relationships with Samsung Blockchain Group, with State Street Custodian, with TradingView and the Brave browser, and all sorts of partners that help grow our user base and or sell our products out. So those are the 4 categories. I also think about a few other things. So I think in this chat, it said that Gemini raised a recent financing. We raised $400 million at a 7.1 billion valuation in Q4 of last year. So my team kind of led that process. So I think about a lot, just general corporate strategy, capital markets, long-term planning, kind of new product market entry. And so that's what I focus on. It's quite a breadth of work. It's been quite interesting. I think, our business is going through a really interesting phase right now, in that we're getting to the size of people where the organization kind of shifts. And I think early stage startups, the first maybe couple hundred people, it's kind of an all hands on deck, a lot of people doing a lot of different things, from answering customer support tickets to, all sorts of stuff, right? And then you kind of are in that, 200 to 1,000 person phase where there's kind of growing pains. You're starting to bring in outside people with expertise in certain areas. You're kind of figuring out, how the business is operating and how you can steer the ship. And then, maybe you get to 1,000 plus employees, which is kind of where we are right now at Gemini. And it's a much different organization, right? And so you really need to have good organizational structure, good knowledge sharing, good reporting through the kind of layers of folks and different teams. And that's kind of the phase I'm going through now. And so, that's a high level. I don't know if there's any other kind of topics that I should cover right now.
Yeah, definitely, Marshall. This is really amazing. I think what you shared was really impressive, right? Especially from your, I would say, non-traditional education path that you have shared, which I think is really an inspiration for a lot of people, right? I think many of our speakers earlier in the day said, no one taught me sales, right? No one taught me, I didn't went to school for M&As, right? But I'm kind of like you, right? You're currently really doing a lot of these great things. So what are some of the advice you can give to students, especially those from a sort of less privileged backgrounds, right? Or they think I didn't go to a best school or didn't have these things. What would be your advice for them, right? As they are building kind of their future of a career?
Yeah, sure. So, personally, right, I don't come from a privileged background. I didn't, you know, I did manual labor out of high school. I had a terrible GPA. You know, my family does not come from any sort of money or anything. I paid for my own college, bartending on the weekends through undergrad, right? And I went to, you know, a no-name state school in Maine, right? There was no connections there. There was no good job waiting for me, right? My first job after I graduated college, I worked in a restaurant, right? I was waiting tables in New York City. And so, you know, it was a little tough at first, right? But, you know, I think the thing that worked for me was I never stopped working. And so, you know, when I bartended on the weekends in undergrad, that's where I met the woman who was a partner at PwC. She used to come into the bar, and that's how I got that connection, right? And so and then I always worked at Barstool on the side, right? While working full-time in finance, while taking online MBA classes, selling advertising at Barstool. But if I didn't do that and I didn't land at chief of staff at Barstool, I would have never gotten my job at Gemini, right? And so I basically, you know, I controlled what I could control, right? Nothing was going to fall into my lap. I wasn't going to apply to a prestigious bank or you know, a large, you know, technology company and get chosen from my resume because I didn't have a good resume. I didn't have a good school. I didn't have a good GPA. What I did have was the things that I could control, which was working hard, putting myself out there and creating the opportunities myself, right? So by doing all the things that I was doing, these opportunities presented themselves and I was able to take advantage of them and do good at them, right? You also need to perform, right? Which has led me to this position now. I mean, so maybe that's my best advice, right? Just don't stop, right? Just keep doing what you can control, and what you can control is work hard and figuring out what you're really good at, and eventually, hopefully, you know, things will fall into place.
Definitely. And also, as you mentioned, right, you even kind of Googled what chief of staff does, right? And you joined this group, which connected you to the chief of staff for, you know, lead you to Gemini. And I was really impressed by, you know, your point of like, you just have to go out there, right? And trying to figure out what it is so you can do a good job in your current role at that time. So that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. I mean, you know, look, you know, I've been in my career now over 10 years. I mean, I still Google things all the time. You know, I'm not naive to my own experience and expertise. I learn every day. You know, there's things I don't know. I mean, the crypto ecosystem, I've been in it full time for over 4 years. You know, I live, breathe, and sleep crypto. So, you know, I've become not an expert, you know, but I know the ecosystem quite well and I understand it. But, you know, I need to learn every day just to keep up. Like it never stops, right? You never get to a point where you know everything. Things change so dynamically, so drastically. You know, I still read a lot. You know, I have 100 tabs open of articles I still need to read when I find free time, you know, from working. And so, yeah, the chief of staff group was serendipitous, right? I Googled it, I found it, I joined it, I put myself out there. I met some incredible friends. I still talk to a lot of them today. I hired 2 people, or I think 2 people from that chief of staff group now also work at Gemini as well. Because, you know, they're these incredible operators, right? And Gemini is really scaling really fast right now and is looking for, you know, quality talent. So it was incredible. And it was a random Google search basically got me my job at Gemini, right? So when you think about it like that, so don't be too focused, I guess, maybe another piece of advice, don't be too focused on a certain way to do things. I've sent cold emails, you know, to pretty prominent folks in technology and investing, and they've emailed me back. And, you know, I had a mentor early in my days that I met from a cold email. I just sent a quick note and he replied in 10 minutes and he connected me with someone who's now a senior executive at a company called TradingView. And now Gemini and TradingView actually have a partnership together, right? So, you know, don't align yourself that there's a certain way to do things. I think, you know, because it doesn't usually happen like that. The regular path, it wasn't for me. It would have never have worked that way. And so these kind of serendipitous moments of putting myself out there, learning, talking to new people really is what helped shape my career and put me in the position I'm in today.
Definitely. Awesome. And just a reminder, everybody join our Discord group, right? You may be able to not only find a job, but hire some people from that group, right? When you are really in a position to do so. Thank you so much, Marshall. Another question you mentioned, right? Like apart from your current job, right? You're also an investor like in crypto. You've been really kind of in the crypto space, right? Can you share a little bit of your experience just investing in crypto out of interest, right? And what do you find are some of the fascinating future movement in the space?
Sure. Yeah. No, crypto is, like I mentioned earlier, I mean, it's super exciting. So why I left Barstool and joined Gemini was because actually I was an early investor in crypto. So this was in 2013. I used to trade equities. I was in finance. I used to trade stocks. And I remember reading an article on Bitcoin, and it was talking about addresses and wallets and all these things that I didn't know what that meant. I knew stocks and I knew kind of custodians and I knew the clearing process. But I was like, I didn't know what this stuff was. And so I actually, I created a Coinbase account because that was kind of the place to buy Bitcoin at that time. And I bought Bitcoin in 2013, just because I was personally fascinated and just curious as to what it was and how it worked. And I didn't really know much about it. I just wanted to learn more about it. And so that's kind of how I found crypto in the early days. I saw something about it and I decided to learn more about it because I was curious. That's really it. So years later, when the opportunity to join an early stage crypto business presented it to myself, it was something that I was personally passionate about. And so so the crypto industry is very exciting. I personally are invested in lots of specific tokens, Bitcoin, Ethereum. Those are kind of my main core positions for anybody who's, I've been in it for a while, and Bitcoin and Ethereum are still the ones that make me the most excited. I know there's a lot of different tokens and a lot of different things, but and so I personally manage my own portfolio of crypto. It's volatile, it's high risk, but I very much believe in the industry. And then I also invest in crypto startups and technology companies through the fund that we have at Gemini as well, right? And so we invest in what feels like a deal a week, a company a week. So it's very high speed, high velocity, the fund out of Gemini. So I invest personally, I invest through this fund. I mean, I guess my main take on the crypto ecosystem, it's so exciting. And it basically, if you're a curious type person, there's infinite curiosity to be had in crypto. And I guess, what people are saying now is Web3. So when I'll start using the word Web3, that basically means crypto. Okay. And so, Web3 is a really interesting space right now. Like I said, the Web3 ecosystem has definitely de-risked a lot. So joining a company like Gemini or one of our competitors, or even early stage Web3 startups, is a lot less risky than it was last year even, but 4 years ago when I joined Gemini, right? So there's enormous amounts of capital coming into the ecosystem. There's enormous amounts of brain power coming into the ecosystem. And it's pretty much mainstream at this point, right? Like the product market fit is there, at least for like the store value point of view for crypto, and it's not going away. It's here forever. And so, we're hiring a lot at Gemini. We doubled our headcount last year. So in 2021, we went from 400 people to 800 people. And this year we're adding quite a few people as well. And it's quite interesting when I look at the resumes that come in, there's people from large prominent banks, but there's people from Netflix and Facebook and Google and all these big tech companies that are now coming into crypto as well, right? And so you see people from all over. My best advice to get, if you're interested in crypto, the best way to learn about it is to just start using it, right? And so, open up an account. It doesn't have to be a Gemini, but, open up an account where you can purchase crypto. download MetaMask, which is like a in-browser wallet, and then send some Ethereum or a token to your MetaMask and actually explore the DeFi world, right? So buy an NFT, create or lend assets on a lending platform, or provide liquidity within a decentralized exchange, right? Like, just play with it, mess around with it. That's the best way to learn. Crypto is only mainstream for a couple of years now, right? Like, all these people that are in crypto, even if you have no experience in crypto today, they're only a year, 2, 3, 4 years ahead of you. It's not like, traditional finance or insurance or accounting, which has been around for, a long time. And there's skills and there's things that took 50 years to learn and all these kind of things. Crypto is so new. Like, it doesn't take long to become an expert, to become knowing as much as most of the people in the world, or more than the rest of the world, actually quite easy, right? Most people haven't been in crypto for more than 3 years, right? So people don't have a head start. It's still early. You can still learn. You can still be part of the community. You can join a DAO, which is a decentralized autonomous organization. Join their Discord, start helping, participating. That'll lead to a job, right? Most likely. Like, I know a lot of people where random people participate in this DAO, right? Which is a type of crypto organization structure. It's not like a real company. It's a decentralized company, and people can help. And those usually lead to roles within the DAOs, right? So there's incredible opportunity in the Web3 ecosystem, whether it be with a established business like Gemini, or even in the very early stage economy as well. And a lot of this stuff is, you learn about this stuff on Twitter, you learn about this stuff on Discord. That's kind of where the most active communities are, but anyone can participate. Anyone can play around in the space. Like, there's no barriers. Most of the people that I operate with in crypto, I don't know who they are. They're anonymous. They're a picture of an NFT as their profile, and they live in, Malaysia. Like, I just, that's like, there's no barriers. It doesn't matter who you are, where you came from, what your background is. Everyone can participate in the Web3 ecosystem, which is probably the most exciting piece for me, right? At Gemini, we're in a lot of countries, but I see a lot of people from the Philippines. I see a lot of people from Brazil. You see a lot of people from these markets joining because, they've found something that works for them in their environments, and they're making more money than they've ever made in their lives through participating, through working in Web3, through, figuring out how to play the game of the crypto economy, right? It's super interesting. It's really compelling.
Definitely. And then for the audience, right, as you know, we have the 12-year-old working fintech NFT prodigy, Benjamin, joining us later today. And if a 12-year-old, right, can create 18 million worth of NFTs, that's the opportunities you're facing in the world of Web3. And Marshall, you talked about Gemini in terms of, doubled, right, your team last year, and then you're still in the hiring spree. So what are some of the top qualities are you looking for in Gemini, right? I'm sure you get a ton of resumes or applications, right? What are the things that you're looking for, and also some of your advice for people who wanted to work at Gemini, how to really stand out, right, from the application process?
Sure. So, as shown with myself, you don't need to have gone to a good college or a prestigious college to work at Gemini. You don't necessarily need crypto background to work at Gemini. Like I said, there's not many people out there that have it, right? It's not a prerequisite to be a crypto expert to work at Gemini. You also don't need to be an engineer or a technologist to work at Gemini, right? So, we're a full scope business where we have, marketing, and we have product, and we have people, and we have risk, and we have engineering, there's design and backend and QA and things like that. But then there's business development and sales, and then there's strategy and corp dev, my team. We have communications and PR, right? So there's, a lot of different roles. Gemini is hiring. I think we have a few hundred open positions right now at Gemini. I think that, you can share my email with folks if you want to reach out to me. I'm more than happy to talk to people and connect you with, our recruitment team here at Gemini. What are the skills we're looking for? I mean, what's really interesting, is if what stands out to me personally, at least, I mean, every group kind of hires differently. I look for people that kind of operate a little like I did earlier in my career. So somebody that said like, hey, I work at this, you know, traditional advertising agency as an analyst, but I'm involved in 2 different DAOs, and I've been helping shape a roadmap for this NFT project, and I've been doing it. Like, people that do those kind of things, it doesn't have to be a full-time formal thing, but the curiosity, the engagement, people that actually kind of have taken the leap into kind of learning more, those are the kind of things I personally really like from a candidate. But other than that, I mean, look, I like operators. I like people that can wear many different hats. My team is very dynamic. It's very nimble. It's very fast paced. I like people that can critically think. They can go into a meeting. They can kind of learn about something new or start to think about something that they've never really thought about. You know, crypto is still so new, but they can process it, digest it, make a decision, kind of move forward. Even if that decision isn't right, you know, we made the decision and we can always change it later, right? And so I think critical thinking is really important. How to kind of navigate and execute and get things done within an organization. I think that's a little challenging. It's something that takes kind of it takes time to really understand the business, because, you know, joining a company in this remote first world, I haven't been through that personally yet. It's probably challenging. Like I would assume it's hard for some people, especially people earlier in their careers. And so I guess my advice there, without actually having gone through it myself, is just, you know, learn as much as you can about the organization, learn about all the people in the organization, try to really get a mindset of how the business works, how the information flows, who's involved in what, who are the right people to talk to get things done for what you're working on, right? And so that might seem like high level, but I think that's a really smart way to go about it when you first start, is to just really get to understand the business and be curious about the business. How does our marketing team operate? How does the BD team operate? How does the design team operate? How do ideas for new products flow through the business? How does it actually get done and released? How do we do these things, right? Like, just really dig into learning how the business works, and you'll quickly become a go-to person for a lot of people, because you'll have an understanding and at least an observation or a thought on how you can, or on certain things, right? Like, a lot of people in Gemini come to me for a lot of different things, because I think they value my my thought process around things. And it may not be right, and I may not be an expert, but, you know, I'll be honest and I'll be transparent, and I'll tell people what I think about certain things. Might not be the best answer, you know, but I think a lot of people value that from me, just because I know how Gemini works quite well.
Definitely. Awesome. Thank you so much, Marshall. We are now going to transition to Q&A, but before we do that, right, I wanted to quickly share the screen that our team put together on what are some of the top takeaways, right, from what Marshall has shared. So your career can surprise you in many ways. Constantly taking on new opportunities can lead you to a totally unexpected path, right? Exactly as what he shared, and also all these great women that really helped him throughout his career journey. And networking is important. The people you meet, no matter where, can open the door to new opportunities that help transition your career. Never stop working and putting yourself out there. You don't need to come from a prestigious background to create opportunities for yourself. Constantly reading and learning is crucial to your career, and have a curious mindset. And Google, if any questions, definitely Google is our best friend. And don't be too focused on the way you do things. Don't be afraid to cold email professionals, put yourself out there and really deviate from a traditional practice. And the best way to get involved in crypto is to play with it. It's not hard to become an expert because it's relatively new. And that's kind of one of the reasons we created Work in Fintech, right? Because not only to bring experts and students, create the community together, we wanted to create an environment where people can take on some hands-on experience, right? And I think Marshall talked about DAO, we're actually in the process of setting up a DAO, right, for part of the working fintech team. So you get to learn how to work in a DAO. We launched one of our NFT collections, right? So you get to learn how the whole NFT creations works, right? But I think his advice is the best way to learn something is to really get your hands dirty and then started to play around with it. And the last but not least, there is incredible opportunities in the Web3 ecosystem, and anyone can participate in the space. So thank you so much, Marshall, again, for all of these great advice.
Yeah, great. I just screenshotted that. I'm gonna share.
I
I'm
know.
gonna share it with my team. That was great.
Yeah, and kudos to Ming and Penny and Daniela, if you can wave, right? These
Very fast.
creative minds, right, that creates this on the spot.
Yeah, amazing.
Awesome. So who can support me for Q&As from my team? Who got the questions?
Yeah, so the first question is from Jenny. She says, I see that all the intern positions at Gemini are remote, US only. Would there be any remote roles available for people in the EU and the UK anytime soon?
I think so. I think so. You can email me. I mean, we have a big team. We have, I don't know, 40 or 50 people in the UK, Dublin, and broader EU. So we have people. I'm unclear why the intern open positions would be US only, but I'm sure we could have a conversation around doing that in the UK or the EU. So yeah, reach out and I can dig into that one for you. I don't know exactly why it would have been US versus other places because we are live in that region. So yeah, reach out and I can look further for you.
And the next question is from Simon. You mentioned that crypto is still very early. Have you thought about any jobs that currently don't exist, but may be created by Web3?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, there's a ton, right? The hardest part of my job is crypto moves really quickly. And there's so many new things that just, you know, NFTs are a year and a half old, right? DAOs are a year old. DeFi is 2 years old, right? So, you know, there's hundreds of companies and thousands of people now that work on those things, and those things didn't exist more than 2 years ago. So here in 2022, you know, what'll be, you know, there's going to be something new that none of us have thought about this year and next year and the year after, you know, DeFi, NFTs, DAOs, you know, there's going to be more and more things that I don't know yet. And if I did, you know, Gemini would be in a much better position because that's, you know, what I spend a lot of time thinking about. But you never know. I mean, you know, look, the high level take on crypto is that, you know, people's digital lives are becoming increasingly more important, right? And people are spending more time and there's more perceived value in people's digital lives. And so within that digital world, which, you know, we're all spend a lot of time in, even right now, you know, the novelty of Bitcoin or the novelty of crypto and blockchain is solving for security and solving for units of value in the digital world, right? And so crypto doesn't solve everything in like the metaverse and the digital world, you know, whatever the future kind of looks like, but it does solve a couple really important pieces, which is storing value and storing security and self-sovereignty in a digital world, right? And so there's going to be a lot of stuff that's built that we have no idea, that I personally have no idea what those are yet, because it's still very early. There's still tremendous use cases. What we've seen now is we've seen tokens, we've seen kind of price speculation, but now we're starting to see more utility around non-fungible tokens. Right now it's art, but then it's going to be music, and then it's going to be, I don't know, also different things that we don't know about yet. And then there's DAOs, right? Reshaping how entities are structured in a global digital world, right? So there's all these kind of pieces that are really exciting that are still very new. There's no precedent for any of these. And I'm sure they're going to create tons of jobs in the future.
Awesome, but that was a really interesting question. I have another really interesting question coming up, Marshall, designed for you. It comes from Jenny. So Jenny said, since a lot of women helped you throughout your career, I wonder if you have developed or contributed or attended events that help women get into tech, lowering the barrier to entry. because there are still a lot of unconscious bias during the hiring process, which make it more difficult for females get into tech, Web3, or into the leadership roles?
That's a great question. Thank you, Jenny. You know, and now that I think about it, I should probably do more, right? Because I haven't spoken about my career path in a while. And, you know, when I think about the women that helped me, it was incredibly impactful, right? I owe them a lot of my success. And so, you know, Gemini, internally, we do a lot of work as a company, right? So we have, you know, specific kind of women-led workshops with external partners and external attendees. We have internal like processes around diversity, inclusion, equity, things of that nature. So Gemini as a whole does a ton of incredible work there through the Frontier Fund. We actually made our first woman founder CEO investment a couple of weeks ago, which was incredible, and that was really fun. So we look to invest kind of, you know, across thinking with kind of inclusion forward. It's sometimes tough within technology and within crypto, but we do our best to kind of to see that. But then personally, you know, I should probably do more. I appreciate that you asked me that question, because I probably can be more helpful. You know, but, you know, on our team, you know, I have a small team. There's 6 of us. We have two women, and one was an executive assistant at Gemini to not myself, but I could see she on Twitter, she was really into crypto. She was doing all these incredible things. And I started talking to her within Gemini, and, you know, I offered her a job on my team, the strategy team. So she actually went from being an executive assistant at Gemini, and now she helps run our venture fund, right? And she's out there sourcing deals and finding new companies to invest in. And so that's an incredible story internally. But yeah, that's really it. A great question. I could probably do more. I think I should do some more.
Definitely awesome. Thank you. And, you know, the vision of working fintech is really to bring people from all different backgrounds, and not only gender, right? I think gender is important. Being a woman, I'm always kind of the only woman on the trading floor, the only Asian on the trading floor, right? But I think when we think about diversity, inclusion, and I think Marshall also talk about this from Gemini and all the other speakers that we talked to, it's not only just gender. It's race, right? It's generational, right? It's just an idea. And I think to have this diverse and inclusive idea and mindset is going to be the secret sauce for any success company going forward. So thank you so much again, Marshall, for sharing with us your incredible journey and then all the amazing things you guys are doing in Gemini. And, you know, he's very generous, right, to invite you all to connect with him on LinkedIn, right, or email if you have any questions. So thank you again.
Yes, thank you. This was awesome. I appreciate everybody. And look, I'm not bluffing here. Shoot me an email. Talk to me. I'm around. You know, if you want to talk crypto, you want to talk careers in crypto, or just general, I'm more than happy to help. So
thank you so much. And then we're going to take a 5-minute break. And then coming back, we have Neil, who is the head of technical sales from ipushpull.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
I was blind, now I can see. You better believe her. I done met
Welcome back, everybody. I'm just going to highlight Neil. That's spotlight. There we go. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. That was a really good session we just had with Marshall Beard from Gemini. Very inspiring story and just great. Again, once more, we hear about this kind of passion and curiosity for learning. So we're joined now with Neil. We're joined by Neil Weatherall, who is head of technical sales at ipushpull, who I also work with. Neil has a great story to listen to as well. He started off in the world of traditional finance and he moved over to fintech in the last couple of years. So Neil, thanks for joining us on this Sunday afternoon. Can you talk to us about your kind of background, your story? What you were studying at university, how you ended up working in a bank, and why you moved into fintech?
Yep, of course. So yeah, thanks for inviting me. Hopefully I'll be of some use to some people. So I guess starting from school, I was always, I guess, more on the mathsy, sciencey side of things. I ended up doing maths and physics at A-level. When I was looking at uni courses, I was I actually signed up to do computer science, thinking, one, it was the sort of future, two, it might sort of suit my more maths analytical background. But I didn't really know too much about it. I hadn't really been sat at home doing any coding or anything like that. So I got in to do it. And then when I turned up, I realized it was quite different to what I expected. Most people had already done the first year, if not the second year. They could already code, they could already do Unix. I felt a little bit out of it. So I ended up changing to doing management science, which was basically just an umbrella course. So rather than going to the business school, so I went to Warwick Uni, rather than just going to the business school and doing accounting and finance or just doing economics, this was a way of doing a real mix of courses. So I think the first year was economics, accounting, finance, law, and something else, maybe operations. And then I just got to do quite a nice wide range of sort of courses in the following year. So I think I ended up doing more around operations management, service ops. And I liked I did sort of a financial strategy course where we had a couple of our lecturers had been sort of M&A bankers in the city and had now sort of gone into teaching and lecturing. So I guess I was at Warwick in the sort of late 90s, early noughties. I would say it's the time when I guess students became much more professional. So, big companies were coming to the university to advertise. The milk round was a big thing. Everyone was trying to do internships or Easter programs, or every holiday there was something going on. And it took me a while to click, to be honest. And I remember being sat in this sort of strategy lecture we had at the end of must have been in the second year at some point. Brilliant lecturer, this Kiwi guy, sort of relating companies hiring and M&A and moves back into sort of Greek legends or Maori sort of history. It was amazing. But the guy next to me said, "So how many internships have you applied for?" So sort of penultimate year. And I turned around and I went, "Oh, none." He went, "Oh, what are you doing? You need to be applying." So I quickly got a few names off him. I think I applied to one investment bank, one accountancy firm, and one management consultancy. The management consultancy weren't actually taking them. And it turns out I just looked at the year before's website. So they wrote back to me saying no. I had interviews for the other two, got both of them, went for the investment banking one. So I ended up working in middle office at investment bank in summer of 2001. So I was actually there for 9/11 when that happened. So I was working in FX options confirmation. So it was a brilliant intro into sort of what a bank looks like. I wouldn't say I got a huge amount of insight into sort of front office roles or much outside of the department I was working in. But the thing it really brought home to me was how do you need to act and operate when you're in that sort of environment? Because I was getting excellent reviews. I could do the work quickly. I was asking good questions. But everyone just turned around and said, "Oh, you're far too relaxed. You sort of lean back on your chair." It's like, well, I thought I was doing really well. And I'm like, yeah, you are doing really well, but just look a bit more like you're interested. So I think, so when I look at people doing these sort of placements, I think in the first instance, a lot of it has just got to be about how do you interact with people? How do you project yourself? And that's the sort of thing you can't really learn from a textbook or something. There is a huge post that internship, I went on to work in an investment bank, and I think the thing it really brings home is you've got to really pick and choose your moments. You're there to learn from people. They typically want you to help you learn, but they're also sat in a very expensive seat, taking big risk, making big decisions. So knowing when to interject, knowing what are the right sort of questions to ask, knowing how to ask a question that shows you that you're interrupting, but you're asking because you've already looked at it yourself and you're showing that you've already done some research. That's really useful. So fast forward, I got into the graduate scheme at Royal Bank of Scotland in their financial markets. We had a couple of months of classroom training, and then we spent 2 months. We did 3 2-month rotations. So you went onto a particular desk in a particular role for 2 months, and then 2 more. And at the end of it, there was a sort of, I guess, draft bidding war, some sort of process whereby you would say where you would like to go, and the people would respond with, who they wanted to go and work for you. I ended up on a desk trading inflation, which is a sort of fixed income product. It was very new. The desk I started on used to just be done by a few sporadic people around the floor. So I joined when they sort of set up by themselves, and it just took off. We went from having 20 trades to having thousands upon thousands throughout the sort of noughties. Pensions hedging became a huge business. RBS were a big player in it. So yeah, it was a really exciting time and got to see a lot.
And how did you end up working at a fintech?
Yes, so fintech. So I spent a long time on a trading desk. And as I said, we went from keeping our trades in a spreadsheet where I could see them all on one screen in essence, to having sort of 10,000. So over the 12 years that I worked at RBS, we saw a huge growth in technology, and it seemed like over that period I was sort of heavily involved in it. So as we were bringing in new pricing systems or new booking systems, I was often the one that was sort of pulled in to help in the design and the testing, and then sort of when it was released, try and get people to use it and the uptake, and evangelizing around the rest of the floor if it was something I felt like we all should be using. So I'd always had that sort of going on the side. I moved firms to go to RBC to do a similar job than I'd done before. I then wanted to move out of trading, so I moved into a different front office role. Then I left RBC, and I was looking, had a bit of time out, and I was looking for something to do. I guess I'd always thought that I had a sort of combination of market knowledge, trading knowledge, and a bit of the sort of tech side without necessarily being a coder. And then I think we were introduced by a sort of mutual acquaintance friend at Symphony. And it turned out that one of the projects ipushpull were working on at the time was something that I knew like the back of my hand, and probably better than anyone else at ipushpull, to be honest. It's something that, some trades and some process I'd done thousands of times over the years. So I came in to work with that, and then it's quickly just sort of expanded to the other workflow, the other data sharing. I think my background complements a lot of people's, and just a lot of our clients are people I've either worked with or for or know about or, have interacted with in the past. So it felt quite natural. It felt, because we're in the same environment and it's financial markets and the products we do, it hasn't felt like a step change. It's a different role, but it doesn't all feel new.
So it's not been that you've had to learn coding, or was there a kind of a jump in your learning when you started in a technology company? Because it's obviously very different from working on a trading desk, but everything that a technology company is doing is always selling something to an end user or service or a customer. And it turned out in this regard, you had the network and the domain expertise, but not necessarily the technology kind of skills behind the scenes. Can you just talk about how coding isn't necessarily vital for what we're doing, but an understanding of technology is?
Yeah. So I think I'll give you some practical examples and then we can go from there. But, you know, in terms of can I code, I can write some VBA. Typically the way I write VBA is I record a macro in Excel and then I hack around with it. I can do some for loops, I can do next, I can do some condition. So that's pretty much as far as I get. Am I able to sort of build spreadsheets and pull other things in and help with the bots? Well, yeah, because it just all feels quite similar. It's I guess it's all the type of technology that we were using on a trading desk. So you're sort of used to how these things should work or how they do work. In terms of my wider sort of appreciation, I have learned where I've had to learn more or where I've picked up more is the sort of, it's not necessarily the code, it's the background. Like, you know, what drives all the stuff do we do? What do we need to provide to people in order for like the ipushpull service to work? So we've got, you know, we're a cloud-based service. Typically, what does that mean? What are we having to do? How do the different bits interact? You know, we haven't written one, it's not just one thing. The service that we provide involves 20 different things, some of which are open source, and you know, it's the way that we bring them together. So learning about that, about how data moves around, you know, when I typically get involved at the sort of start where we're speaking to people who are probably the users of the technology rather than the people who, say if we're speaking to a bank, I speak to the users rather than the sort of tech team who are possibly deciding whether they're going to buy it from us or build it themselves. And I think because of my front office experience, speaking to their sort of users is good for me because I sort of get what's going on. I sort of know enough to give the sort of initial demo and the initial answers to questions to the tech people. But I think the main thing I've learned is all this stuff in the background. What do we need? What does it mean we can do? You know, you get asked questions, just like, oh, great, you know, I really like you can do that. Can you do this? And often the answer is not just, well, I haven't seen that functionality. It's, okay, what do I know about what's behind it that might mean that we can do that or not?
With some of the problems that you're solving, can you talk about, because I think we got about 50% of the people on the call are students who are still studying. And we had a session yesterday with someone from TPI Cap, and he was talking about what interdealer brokers do and how a lot of it is still, you know, people doing things, picking up the phone or typing into chats. Can you just talk about, so that people can understand actually the lack of digitization and automation in a lot of the financial markets? You know, half the world's markets are still done with people doing things manually rather than clicking orders on a screen.
Yeah. So if I go back to the job I used to do, how brokers were the people who sort of gave us prices from other people. So they had some prices where they would buy and sell certain products, and they would try to get them out to us to see if we wanted a deal. So how would they do that? Well, let's say I probably had 6 different brokers, and they all came to me and they said, Neil, this is brilliant. We've got our own screen. So if you log into our screen, you can see all the prices we've got. So it's great, but you know, there's 6 of you. So that means I've got 6 screens I need to log into, 6 different passwords, obviously, probably 6 different usernames because they wouldn't just use my email address. And they all have a slightly different format. Some are web-based, some might be Citrix, some are something you've got to install. So I had to go through all the hassle of getting all those installed. Then I have to arrange my screen such that it all fits on my screens. And these things normally, you know, you might want them, they might add more and more stuff during the day. So you don't necessarily want things to come off the bottom of the screen. So I've got this idea of all this mishmash of screens. I've got people shouting at me because we would have a sort of speaker line into our broker. So I could press a button, speaking to a mic, I'd press a button to say, talk to ICAP. I'd hold that and they speak to them. And then when they replied to me, I'd hear it coming out of a speaker in front of me. The other way that I could have stuff is in chat. So I had Bloomberg Chat is basically like, you know, instant messenger or something. So I would have, let's say, 50 different chats, some with the brokers where I'd be given information. And if I wanted to find something out, there wasn't really a search functionality. So I'd just click on the chat and sort of scroll back up to see, you know, what was the last thing. Or if I didn't want to speak to anybody, I'd just type into the chat. I'd type into a chat with one broker, where's 10-year, and then I'd probably copy and paste and paste it into a few other chats to ask somebody else as well. And this sort of still pervades now. There's a, you know, in this particular workflow between a broker and their sort of client, relationships are thought to be everything. And the way that you sort of keep a relationship going is twofold. It's the sort of the social interaction, and then there's the sort of business interaction where you actually do a good job for your client. So people don't really want to move away from sort of having that bit where you pick up the phone or you're chatting, but it's hugely inefficient. And it means you don't often have the information you want right in front of you. You've got to go searching for it. It's in disparate systems. And like I say, you know, having to arrange a screen with lots of different garish colors and different windows just to try and fit them in one screen, because there's so many of these people trying to push prices out to me, you know, it made it really difficult. And we're still seeing that today.
So your title is head of technical sales. So what does technical sales mean? And who are you talking to and interacting with?
Well, you came up with it, so maybe you can answer some of it. The way that I would describe it is there is, you know, I didn't come from a sales role. I am not a sort of classic salesman, but what I think I do have is an ability to sort of understand the problem that people are coming to us with, and an appreciation of what we can offer to solve it. So I'm not on the coding side. I'm not strictly just this sales guy in the classic sort of salesperson mold, but I think I can show people that I can try and understand their problem by having some background knowledge already, 2, by asking good questions, because I think I've got that background knowledge that enables me to ask good questions. And then 3, because I sort of know our platform pretty well, I can start suggesting things, you know, have you thought about this? Might this work? And once we sort of got to an understanding of, I know what they'd like, or I know what their issue is, and vice versa, I tend to then put together a sort of very quick demo or proof of concept, you know, almost like a little demo app whereby they can see, right, you know, if this has taken us a few hours to build with our software, this is the type of thing that we think might suit you. And then you give it to people to have a play around with, you show them how it might work. And at that point, if we've got them hooked, that's, you know, when we do the sort of more the sales type job, right? You know, you can see what we've done in a few hours. Imagine what we can do when we build it for real. You know, this is what it's going to cost. This is what it's going to give you. And we'll bring in the sort of tech and dev guys to sort of add in that weight of experience and increase the, you know, the sort of people's opinion of us. So I'm sort of, I've heard it described as pre-sale somewhere else, but it's all that thing of, you know, a lot of the things we do, I've either sat in the seat where we're doing it, or one of my really good mates was doing that job. So I think I can either understand it, or at least I have some appreciation. And then you get into, you know, right, what is it really that's the problem here? Is it that you're using chat? Is it that you're having to copy and paste? Is it that all these things are in different formats? Which is the thing that's going to, you know, allow you to do this job better?
You spent most of your career working in big institutions. How would you kind of relate to the different working experience you've had in a big company versus a small company? For, you know, bearing in mind that there's lots of people who are just starting their career who are listening, what's the kind of pros and cons of big company and startups?
So I mean, my answer is a little bit skewed because I only worked in a small company during COVID. So there's been 2 things going on. I mean, big companies, you know, I did graduate schemes. Once I was installed, I was part of the sort of graduate program and the interviewing program. You know, you have a wealth of people supporting you across a range of different things. So, you know, those graduate programs are very well run, they're planned. Then you move into the sort of, you know, the next sort of stage where they're still looking after you. You have all the sort of support departments that you need, well-defined policies, helplines, etc. And I think that was really handy when I was sort of younger. And also there's the opportunity as well, you know, when you go into a bank or an accountancy firm or somewhere, if it's big, then you sort of, hopefully you also see the opportunity. You don't have to make the right decision day one about what desk or what team you want to go into. There's less pressure in that respect, because you can go, go and work in audit for a bit, then you go and work in tax, then you go and work in some other bit. So that offers you opportunity. Working in a smaller firm, you get involved in a lot more, I would say. So I think that's been good for, that might mean in the first instance, you're sort of not concentrating as much, or you're not as focused. But for me, it's been great because I get involved in lots of different things that I wouldn't have had to do before. I edit videos, we do mail outs, we do so much, and it provides a real sort of variety to me that I really like. I think that with a smaller firm, in the start of your career, you will get more exposure quicker, which is good, because you're going to be RBS at that time had tens of thousands of people. It was quite a sort of conveyor belt type thing. So whilst you felt looked after, you knew that you were part of a bigger machine. What we're doing at the minute, everybody's a real integral part, and one person can really make a huge difference. I think that in COVID times, there it's probably harder to be newer in a smaller firm. Or sorry, the last couple of years, I imagine, would have been very hard to be in a small firm, because the disruption to everybody's lives. And then to have, when I used to look after graduates, I could do it for an hour or two a day, because I knew that I had 10 other colleagues who could also do some stuff. If you were in a smaller firm, pressures of COVID, dislocation of COVID with respect to where you're working, that probably would have been really difficult. And I think now it'll be much, much better, because everyone's used to how this works. People are starting to come back into the office. Everyone's well aware of the things that maybe not that they didn't work quite so well during COVID, but they're the things that you sort of slightly ignored because you had to get everything else sorted, making sure people could work from home and had internet access and, things, that sort of thing. So now you sort of covered off the hygienic things, and now you're looking to, okay, if we are going to have this flexible working, what are the things that we need to replicate that we don't have in the office, or how we're going to get people back in the office to replicate these? And if we're there 2 days a week, how can we make the most of it so that, everyone gets value from it, and you get all those additional things that you just don't get when you're on Teams?
Have you got any advice you could give to people from, you said earlier when you started on the desk as a graduate, and you were doing everything right, but you just weren't looking that interested. Is there any advice that you could give to people who, given, you've been onboarded into working in a small company? I think it was like you started working for ipushpull, and then 2 weeks later it was lockdown, and it's been remote ever since. Is there any advice you could give young people who may be starting off kind of remote and online?
Well, one, I sympathize, because I think it's very difficult. One of the best things about being in a big trading floor is, if you want to go and speak to someone, you can sort of suss them out before you go and do it. If I wanted to go and speak to someone over there, I'd occasionally stand up, see how busy they looked, see whether they were shouting at anybody, see whether they were having their lunch, and then sort of pick my moment. When you're remote, chances are you're either going to be texting or chatting or phoning someone, and it's, in the first instance, that's always feels a little bit more intrusive. And depending on what sort of person you are, some people find it quite hard to reach out like that. They find it quite hard in person, so it must be difficult virtually. I mean, what I always used to like. Hello, Chloe. What I always used to like was, I never expected someone to come to me with a question whereby they knew the answer, or they showed that they already knew the answer. They were just trying to ask the question to be smart. I just want people to come and ask something that maybe they've looked at before and they don't quite understand, but show that they've sort of thought about it and done their own little bit of work on it, or a little bit of research, and then sort of go from there. Because I think, to me, that shows if they've put in that little bit of effort and they've thought about, and that level of thought, then often I wouldn't really mind if it was a stupid question. Now, the classic thing we used to get told was, you know, there's no such thing as a stupid question until you ask it the second time, you know, half an hour later or a day later. So no, I think just this, you know, apart from being polite and, you know, checking in the first instance if it's a good time, just intelligent questions that show a bit of thought and a bit of prior research, always good. And I think that when I think about sort of what we're trying to do and how we try and meet up, and, you know, I think firms are now fully on board with, you know, coming back out of COVID. And even if you're not going back into the office, flexible working needs to have lots of different elements built into it. And a large part of that is the sort of social, collegiate, being in the same room. You know, a large part of being a graduate at a bank is just sitting behind someone watching their screen, and occasionally they won't be talking to you. They'll just sort of talk aloud so you can just hear what's going on. So we need to find ways of sort of replicating that.
Can you talk about how important it is to grow a network as well? Because one of the things that I suppose in your role at the moment, you've dipped into this network that you've grown over many years, being in a, you know, you had a kind of a network effect being a trader in a bank, because you're out talking to a whole bunch of salespeople and brokers who are across the market. Can you talk about how important it is to grow a network, and how kind of students and graduates can go about growing one?
Yeah, I mean, I say obviously I have one. I wouldn't say I've been the best person at it over the years. I think that I always thought that by virtue of doing a good job and being a sort of good person type thing would naturally just mean that you ended up, you know, people respecting you and you keep in touch with them, and that would sort of be how you would do it. I think that there's definitely a lot of ways now. If you could, you know, we never used to have things like LinkedIn you know, there was no Twitter where you could just search up for certain hashtags and find people who were interested in stuff. So the opportunity to build up like a hit list of contacts is amazing now. You know, there's so much potential there. You can go out and find just to create a list of people you might want to contact. Then how do you reach out to them? Again, just ask something that you think that they'll be interested in, or, you know, look at what they've done before. You know, if it was me, I wouldn't necessarily ask about the last thing that they posted on LinkedIn, because it looks like you've just looked at the last thing they've posted on LinkedIn. So, you know, choose something from 3 back, the blog that I wrote a couple of months ago. I think that people are, with the explosion of like social media, people are much more used to being contacted out the blue, and they can sort of see how that it's easier to sort of create and accept people into your network. So I think that goes in everyone's favor as well. I don't know, all I would say is most people that contact me are so much better at it than I would have been, or probably still am. So I think it's just, you know, show an interest, ask something interesting, show that you've done a little bit of research. It's all just the same type of thing. But I think there's so much information available such that you can do a lot of the sort of pre-work and find out what's happening. And then if you bring that into a conversation with someone you really want to talk to, it's so much better. You know, it was very hard when I started. There's all this sort of terminology that you get in, let's say, swaps trading as opposed to bond trading. It was very hard to Google that. You could Google something and you wouldn't necessarily get the right answer. And if you did find an answer, it was in some bizarre forum somewhere where there was like a quant developers forum where occasionally a sort of coder would say, can someone tell me what mine your shag means? Because the traders keep saying it on the desk. And he wondered whether it was some sort of technical term. So that there's these sort of, wherever you go, things like the sort of slang you use, sometimes that's quite hidden. So, but I think now the information that's available is brilliant. You just obviously need to make sure that it's of a reputable source and you're not looking in the wrong place.
So that kind of wraps up the first part of this conversation. So we're just going to do a quick recap of the main takeaways. But while we get that up on the screen, if everyone has any questions for Neil, worked as a trader for many years and now works at a fintech If you've got any questions for him, please put them in the chat. Can one of the team just share the takeaways? Right, so from Neil Weatherall, his career advice, just to summarize what he's been talking about. So in an internship, make sure how you're interacting with people shows interest and ask intelligent questions. Advanced coding skills are not always necessary to work in fintech. The context of what drives your work is more important to understand. Relationships are everything. Social interaction and business interaction are equally useful. So everyone's going to have to think about how you can approach this, because this is obviously a problem at the moment with remote working. Anything you can do to be proactive and help people, because the people you're trying to deal with on the other side of the fence have the same problem. So anything that you can do to make it a little bit different, like Neil was saying, looking at people's, when Neil was talking about looking for jobs, but even when you're working with people in a company, you know, trying to research those people so you can understand them if you can't sit beside them face to face. Number 4, good background knowledge and asking good questions. Based on that, make good demos for clients. So Neil is a salesperson here. The pros of working in a big institution is you have lots of fixed support and opportunities to grow in any direction. And the pros of working in startups means you get involved in a lot of different tasks and you get more exposure, more responsibility, and you have a more integral role. And when asking questions or networking, show that you've put in the thought and effort beforehand. So we'll just go through some of the questions in the chat now. So we got a question from Alfie saying, how did you find what specific area of finance you wanted to work in?
Yeah, so whether I found it or it found me is one, a good starting point. Part of the benefit of going into a large institution on a graduate program is you will typically be subject to and see a lot of different areas and desks. So going into an investment bank and into I think I was in markets, and at that time RBS did FX, a little bit of equity, rates. So there was 50 different desks I could have gone on to work on. They look at you, sort of see what you're good at, where you've come from. You look at them. A trading desk varies greatly from someone who's trading 1,000 times a day to someone who's trading once a week. So I think I didn't have a good idea before. All I wanted to do was just go in and, see what the differences between all these desks were, and, what does that mean in terms of what you have to do and how it relates to what your sort of particular skill set is. Because whilst you're in a sort of graduate program in the financial markets, there's a huge amount of different backgrounds, different skills. You could walk in someday, if we walked in day one, you could probably tell a quarter of the people were definitely going to be salespeople. A quarter of them were definitely going to be traders, just because of how they portrayed themselves and what you could sort of see. That was very obvious. And then, everyone else was sort of somewhere in between, and you sort of wanted to see where they'd end up. I think it's very hard to choose or to have a very good idea beforehand, apart from slightly knowing whether you're, are you quantity, tradery, codey, more of a salesperson? I think, you probably knowing yourself about that, and you might already have an interest in the type of product, whether it's equities or credits or fixed income. And so I would just have a think about that type of thing, but only in a broad sense, because unless you have access to a lot of information and people beforehand, I don't think you will know enough. Certainly when you're a sort of undergraduate, I'd be amazed if you do, because you really just need to be there to see how it works.
A question from Oneka. What important skill sets do you think is important for someone trying to transition from a completely different field into this space?
Okay, my experience was in a completely different field. We're still in the same products, a lot of the same people. Rather than trading and taking risk, I'm sort of looking at some of the risk systems, the way that they use their data. So for me, it hasn't felt like a completely different space. I think what has helped, fintech appealed because I have always been quite interested in technology. So, you know, at home, I've got various computers and I link my lights up to voice commands. I've got, you know, a streamer player that I built from scratch. So I've always had a little bit of that I, you know, I always enjoyed tinkering. So when I looked at coming to work here, I thought, well, you know, it sort of suits me because, you know, I have got that side to things. And I do know a little bit about it. If I was making a completely different step change, then, cool, I think, I'm not sure. I mean, I think I got told at one point, most of the stuff you learn, some of the stuff you learn at uni is very appropriate because you're learning about economics. Most of what you're learning at university is sometimes a way of working and a way of learning, and to show that you've got that sort of methodology. Like I was talking to my son the other day, he was asking me, you know, should I do geography or history? He's only in year 8. And I was like, well, geography is pretty interesting about the world, but history seems like it teaches you quite good analytical skills, and it's not necessarily knowing about who was King of England in 1432, but, you know, it teaches you a way of analyzing and presenting different viewpoints. So going from one different thing to another, I think you've just got to go back to those types of skills, like, you know, analytical, open mind, and just probably putting in some hard yards in terms of research and reading widely around it from, you know, some textbook online, blogs. You know, there's a lot out there.
What would you see as the future of trading over the next kind of 10 years, given that what's happening in the technology space?
Oh, I mean, there's been this shift from, so when I first started on the trading floor in like 2002, 2003, you know, I guess a lot of the traders they'd probably been around for a while. There was a huge amount of interaction with their brokers in terms of chats and seeing people. There was still a very gentlemanly sort of aspect to the way that people dealt and what was allowed and what wasn't allowed. And some of that was actually codified in the rules of being a gilt edge market maker, what you were allowed and not allowed to do. Over time, people have sort of migrated away from that. In this is just talking in general, to sort of being more, okay, do I need somebody shouting things at me, or can I get them some other way? Do I need to use chat in this way? Can I just get things fed into me so I can have them exactly the place I want it, rather than scribbling things down on a bit of paper? So I think as that continues, you know, it's going to take away some of the personal aspect of who traders deal with. Traders also deal a lot with their salespeople, who in turn deal a lot with their clients. I think that's going to reduce, because I think that's getting, you know, the electronification of trading is increasing ever more. So we're basically going to end up with this scenario where one, more of the communication is done digitally. Two, certain tasks or certain amounts of risk or certain trades will be covered as efficiently as possible, which probably just means some sort of system or algo taking care of them. And the trader becomes the sort of controller, pilot of, okay, well, I know I've got these systems working for me, managing my risk, and I'm just going to sort of, I've got 10 things I can control about how much risk I want. And then everything sort of feeds off that. And they're there for the big trades, and they're there for when things go wrong. But it's all going to be much more digitally driven. Some of the personal relationship stuff is going to get out of the way. Trades are going to be hugely more efficient in terms of pre-trade reporting, booking, post-trade reporting. Yeah, and a lot of stuff will just be automated away with just a couple of people who need to understand how all these systems are working, so they can just sort of pull a few levers to control which way it's going.
So just to round up, in terms of we're talking about kind of growing a network and so on. Is it okay if people in the community can reach out to you and add you on LinkedIn and so on?
I've already got about 6 during the thing. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Fantastic. Cool. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll wrap that up. Thank you, Neil, for taking time out on this Sunday afternoon to join us. We're going to take a quick 4-minute break now. Just before we do, if everyone can just turn their cameras on again and just give Neil a wave just to say thanks, just so most people are listening, because I know it's been a long 2 days now, but we're just coming to the end now. So yeah, in a few minutes time, we'll have Benyamin Ahmed. He is 12 years old. He is the creator of the Weird Whales NFT collection, of the Non-Fungible Heroes collection, and he's working with us on the Working Fintech NFT collection as well. So yeah, we're gonna have a couple of minutes break. We'll be back at 1:45, so there's like 4 minutes time. And then we'll have Benyamin. He'll be talking for 40 minutes, and then we'll just do a short wrap up, and then we'll be done. So thanks everyone for attending so far, and we'll just one more session to go. Thanks a lot. See you in a minute. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you.
Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain, when I believed in forever and everything would stay the same. Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name. Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. Yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah, yeah. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your. Memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost, and I felt all of the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feel like an ember, and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for you, and you know I'll never drop. Yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Yeah, yeah. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, hey. Here's to the ones that we got. Oh, cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your. Memories bring back your.
Hi, awesome. Welcome back, everybody. So over the last 2 days, we had 14 speakers from 12 companies who come and talk about their journeys and vast availabilities, right, opportunities in the fintech space. And 3 key takeaways, right, from almost every speaker. Number 1 is every company is going to be a fintech company. So the opportunities in the space is enormous. Number 2 is it's never too late to start, especially a lot of the new fields like, Web3, NFTs, and etc. And the number 3 is your passion and curiosity are your best teacher and best guide to help you create your own career in the space. So there is no better way to introduce our last speaker today, Benyamin Ahmed.
Hello, it's great to be here.
And many of you may know him. He is 12 years old and he recently made news everywhere. But I think what's really impressive about his story is he is a coder at the age of 5, and he's really interested and started to exploring in the NFT space. So he is the creator of multiple NFT collections, including the Weatherall, as well as the non-fungible heroes. He's also working with Matt and I to create a specific NFT collection for working fintech. So we're very excited to have you today, Benjamin, to join us to talk about your experience in NFT, but more importantly, what you can teach the audience about how to launch a successful NFT collection. So this floor is yours.
Thank you, Ying. Hey friends, it's great to be here today. I wanted to take this opportunity to look at a topic I get asked about all the time. My DMs are flooded with people asking the same question. Thank you to everyone that contacted me. I'd suggest you all follow me on Twitter, where I share everything that I learn. Just Google Benyamin Ahmed Twitter and you will get the link. We are all learners, so it would be good to have some companions on this journey. There is no need to take notes during this session. I will post all reference in the WIF Discord. So let's get started. Today we'll try to answer, how do I launch a successful NFT collection? First of all, it's worth remembering that there is no such thing as an overnight success. Get rich slowly is a tried and tested strategy, and get rich quickly fails every time. All the collections that succeeded, Bored Apes, Cool Cats, and even Weatherall, were built by people that spent years working in the software development and art space. People that had a genuine interest and love for their craft and remained curious and optimistic about new technologies. This is why I think organizations like Work in Fintech are important, as they help you take the first steps on what I am sure will be a long and fruitful journey. I also don't see myself as an expert in this space, but I definitely learned some interesting stuff over the past few months that I will share with you. It may well be that we look back at this video and this NFT boom, and we will look silly if NFTs turn out to be hype and a bubble. However, that's the price you pay for being early. The chances of being wrong are high. However, if you are right, then the returns are exponential. Okay, let's get started. Today, we will look at 5 components that I think are key for a successful NFT launch. Story and background, utility, strong team, technical implementation, and marketing. In July 2021, I launched my second NFT collection, Weatherall. It sold out in a few hours, quicker than Bored Apes. I've thought about this a lot. Why did Weatherall succeed when so many other collections did not, and they had much better resources and more money? Weatherall only cost me around $300 to launch. I didn't understand this at the time, but art is always about the artist and the story behind the art. There's a painting called The Bridge by Robert Ryman. It looks like a blank white canvas. It sold for $20.6 million at Christie's. It's easy to say I could do that, but it's the artist and his reason for painting a blank white canvas that attracted the buyers. Crypto art is the same. You need an original idea that captures the zeitgeist. There are 2 reasons why I think the Weatherall story succeeded. Crypto was designed to be permissionless. Anyone can join and transact, unlike the legacy financial system. There is no KYC. Historically, crypto has been dominated by trading coins or fundraising for tech projects. Both areas are too difficult for young people to enter. Digital art was the perfect entry point, and I just happened to be the first. and people connected with that. It validated the idea that crypto is truly permissionless and made the project historic. Can you imagine if I tried to do this outside crypto? I would need to set up a bank account, incorporate a company, register for tax, join a centralized platform with age restrictions and so on. In crypto land, I just needed a wallet with some Ether and I was ready to test my product. The second reason, I think, was my background. I was learning to code and part of various online coding communities. The NFT space is dominated by coders. Some coders told me that they just bought into my collection because they were happy to help me in my coding journey. Story and background are important, just like traditional art. However, in crypto art, we have another dimension, utility. Am I going to be able to use this NFT in gaming or another application? This is a core feature unique to crypto art, and in time will become the main differentiator between the traditional art world. Many successful NFT collections have roadmaps promising to bring utility to the collection. A strong team with a wide range of skills, art, software development, marketing, is always important to deliver the roadmap. So far, we have story and background, utility, and strong team. Let's have a look at the technical skills required. I'll provide a quick overview of the technical stuff. However, if you jump into the WIF Discord, I will share detailed tutorials and code examples that you can use. You can create NFTs on many different blockchains, but we'll focus on Ethereum as it is the most popular. Ether is the name of the currency used on the platform. The first thing you need to familiarize yourself with is a crypto wallet. MetaMask is the leading wallet. It's a browser plugin that stores your crypto. Learn how to use MetaMask. There are some good tutorials online. MetaMask helps you secure your crypto. There is no middleman like a bank, so you need to protect your own passwords. Never share your MetaMask password with anyone and store it securely offline. With great freedom comes great responsibility. In order to buy some crypto and transfer to MetaMask, you usually need to sign up for an exchange. Coinbase, Gemini, blockchain.com, FTX are all good exchanges with good security. Now that you have some Ether into your MetaMask wallet, I would head over to an NFT platform like OpenSea, connect your wallet and buy a very cheap NFT. Nothing too fancy. This is to get used to working with wallets in crypto. It's very different to buying stuff with a credit card, as there is no help desk to call if something goes wrong. Once you're comfortable with MetaMask, you can try to mint an NFT. Minting is a process known as creating an NFT. NFTs can be any digital asset, art, photographs, music, or any digital file. They are popular in two different formats. A collection of several thousand, like the profile picture NFTs you see like Bored Apes, or a single NFT. Let's look at creating a single NFT first. When you use a platform like OpenSea, you'll see a create feature that allows you to create an NFT directly on the platform. This is the simplest type of NFT to create, as you don't need any coding skills. You just upload your image to the NFT platform, pay the transaction fees, and list it for sale. Creating an NFT collection with several thousand assets is a bit more difficult, as you need some coding skills. The first thing you need to do is create your collection. You don't want to be creating thousands of images manually. That will take too long. The process is automated. Most collections use a script that take a series of base images and randomly generate your collection. Thankfully, you don't need to write this script as it's available online thanks to open source communities. The next step confuses everyone. Now that I have my collection of thousands of images, how do I upload them to OpenSea? The answer is, you don't. The process to list the NFTs is slightly different. You need two things. One, a smart contract which lives on the Ethereum blockchain. Two, your own website which interacts with your smart contract and allows users to mint an NFT. Once the NFT has been minted on your website, you can then log into OpenSea and manage the collection. OpenSea picks it up automatically from the blockchain. This is where you can set its name, description, royalties, and so on. If you do create your own smart contract, it is advisable to get it audited, as these are financial contracts handling real money, and you don't want any nasty bugs that could cause users to lose their money. It's also worth mentioning that if you use any type of software or code from another project, or if you base your art on some sort of derivative or meme, make sure that you have the correct license. You don't want your project exploding and then get chased down for copyright issues. So far, we have looked at story and background, utility, strong team, and technical implementation. Let's finish with marketing. How do you get your project to moon? Community is key. You need to roll up your sleeves and build a strong community of believers. I would avoid any type of paid marketing, especially influencers. This gives you a very short-term publicity boost and is not sustainable. For marketing, I have found Twitter to be an excellent tool. However, you need to avoid trying to show your collection directly. This always comes across as desperate. Instead, get involved with the NFT community, show genuine interest, and try to add value through education, support, whatever way that you can. Twitter released a brilliant new feature, Twitter Spaces, to compete with Clubhouse. These are live discussions that was very energetic, as you can tap into existing communities with thousands of followers. In some spaces, you'll see some big names like Jack Dorsey and Elon Musk pop up. I see a good future for Twitter Spaces. As most NFT projects don't have huge marketing resources, I'd read up on a technique called guerrilla marketing. It's a low-cost marketing strategy that uses high-energy tactics to drive attention and publicity to your brand. So, to sum up, we have looked at story and background, utility, strong team, technical implementation, and marketing. There is no magic formula, but we can increase our chances of success. NFT journalist William Peaster wrote a good article on a checklist of red flags to watch on NFT projects. This included indefensible mint prices, sketchy social media activity, artificial floor maintenance, abusive Discord behavior, no audits, bad design and bugs in contract, low quality art, selling allowless spots, overpromising, totally anonymous team, lack of a track record, unverified code, and poor ownership distribution. I'll post this full article in the WIF Discord channel. So let's wrap up and conclude. NFTs are exploding. In January, OpenSea, the leading NFT platform, did nearly $5 billion in NFT trading. Learning to launch NFTs is an incredibly useful skill, even if you don't make any money or make as much as you anticipated. We are all early. The opportunity to grow and learn in this space is real. The crypto and NFT world is actually really hard for people to get started. There are only a few 100,000 people in the NFT space right now with active wallets. Compare that to the 20 million traders using Robinhood, or the hundreds of millions of Marvel and Disney fans. It is so early. NFTs are all about digital art at the moment, but there are so many applications outside art. I can envisage a world where everything from passports, cinema tickets, to degree certificates will transition to NFTs. 95% of applications for NFTs are still waiting to be discovered. I think that's really exciting. Thank you for spending the time with me today, and I look forward to seeing what you all build.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. And I think what's really interesting is, so I have an 11-year-old daughter, right? And Benjamin is soon to be 13 years old, right? And even though I have 15 years of experience, Matt has probably spent last 20 years in fintech. Every single day, we find that we learn so much from the teenagers, right? From the digital native generations. So as many of our speakers talked about throughout the day, right? Throughout the last 2 days, is the opportunities in the fintech space is enormous. Not only in NFT, not only in Web3. We talked about capital markets, we talked about red tech, we talked about AI, machine learning, cloud computing. And what's really important is for you to take a moment and ask yourself, what areas really interest you? And bring that curiosity to everything you do is going to make a huge difference in your career and your life. So Matt, can you join us on camera? And thank you so much, Benjamin. Everybody, can you turn on your camera? And then let's wave to Benjamin. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us today. And we'll share kind of the clips with you all in Discord later on. So you actually can get those details on how to create a successful NFT collection.
Cool, thanks a lot, Ben. So yeah, we're just going to wrap up now after this 2-day event. So thanks everybody for joining. Thanks Ben for that last kind of career advice and Web3 and crypto advice on how to use NFTs. So we're just going to just summarize again some of the things that we've learned. Let me just share my screen. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so just to summarize what we saw yesterday, we continued again to see this theme about curiosity and passion and purpose. And if you take me, Ben is a great example, is curiosity and just being interested in something, which has then led to a very successful last 9 months or so in the world of NFTs, but that's come from curiosity and just playing with ideas, playing with things. But in addition to that, we've learned a few more things, I think, in addition to that, from some of the other speakers that we've had throughout today. So it's kind of understanding the why. We had Clare and I think Marshall was talking about understanding the why. Why is something important? Ask good questions and so on, and understand why, and always be learning. They always need to be learning, regardless of where you are in life, what age you are. You should always be learning about new things, and that will help spark that curiosity, which then will lead to passion and purpose. That was the first thing that we kind of learned from yesterday, that passion and curiosity piece. The second thing we learned from the first day was about failing fast and how you can take more risk earlier in your career because you have more time to kind of find the right thing that's good for you. But to add on top of that, I suppose some of the things that we've heard in addition is career journeys are not linear. No one has had, or very few people have had, a straight A to B kind of journey. Everyone's kind of flip-flopped around, taken a few different avenues, and then kind of found what they enjoy and what they love. Don't just wait for things to happen. Riko was talking about that, and being proactive, asking questions, working hard is important. Marshall from Gemini, he was talking about how he was working in a bar, but then he was always just working hard and talking to people and networking. And that last piece there, creating opportunities to learn and grow. You always got to be doing that all the time. You should be selling yourself, being flexible and agile in your thinking, and in the careers that you have. So then if something isn't working for you, look at the next thing and learn about it. And building network, we heard that a few times as well. Building your network along the way is really, really important. And then lastly, that piece again about every company will be a fintech company. So when we're saying fintech, it's that broad sweep of everything from Web3 and crypto to kind of neobanks. Every company is turning into a fintech company, particularly when you start looking forward 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, when everything is in the metaverse. The payment that's going to be used is going to be crypto. That's already the early parts of that you're seeing. Ben said probably 6 months ago now that you can see trillion-dollar businesses being built with NFTs being used as utilities inside the metaverse. That's already starting to happen. It's been a fast market since the last 6 months from when I think Benjamin said that to where we are now. But we're still at the very, very early stages, the very first steps. But again, that piece that career journeys are not linear is important. It means that you can make sure you can. You don't necessarily need to be planning everything out in your career, but you can start thinking about the convergence of technology and what's going on. And just to wrap up, just what we were talking about at the end of yesterday's session, Working Fintech is launching our own set of NFTs. So this is something that we're working with corporate partners like Adaptive, like blockchain.com, and some others that are joining as well. And they're helping to create and build this community where we're going to sell NFTs to corporates. All of the proceeds are going to be used to help learning and work experience, internships, all of the things that you're looking for in kind of this world of fintech and Web3. That's what we're looking to build. In terms of this weekend as well, if you've attended both Saturday and Sunday, we'll send you a proof of attendance NFT. We'll also give you access to the Working Fintech app, where you can kind of query speakers and mentors and so on. And then we're building out this list of job opportunities, of internships, of full-time roles. So do get onto the Discord channel. Like Ben said, he's going to start adding some resources. He's probably doing it already now. He's super fast. In terms of adding things to that Discord channel, we'll be following that up with resources. Some of the speakers are on there. So Riko was already on there answering some questions, Riko from Adaptive. And that is there for everyone to lean on each other. Do you want to add anything to that, Ying, before we kind of wrap up for the weekend?
No, actually, one of the speakers, multiple speakers, including Riko and also Marshall, right? They text me after the event and said, "Oh my God, I wish I had what you guys have today when I started out working." So as mentioned, as the end of yesterday, one of the reasons Matt, me, Benjamin, and Emran, and all of our teams, the reason we create this event, right, and almost everything we do at Working Fintech is really to let you leverage our collective of networks and people we know and the resources that we have in the space to really jumpstart your career. So join us for Discord, continue the conversation. We have a number of opportunities at Working Fintech, right? So Penny, Mo, and Daniela, if you can wave. We have a number of other team members, right, that join us today. But we have a lot of different opportunities, right, for you, whether it's you're interested in marketing, in product, in sales, in NFT, DAO, right, or cryptocurrencies and etc. It's a great opportunity to work with us as well, along working with all of our sponsors and corporate connections. So thank you again for everybody. Stay with us for the last 2 days and share with us on social media about your experience, and also tag us, tag the speakers, right? That's a great opportunity for you to grow your social media presence as well, and hope to see you again in Discord and also in our future events.
If everyone wants to turn on their cameras, and I'm going to take another picture again like we did yesterday.
And for the first time today, I'm going to not mute you. So you can actually
say bye.
Mute yourself if you want to say hi or anything you wanted to say. Sorry to have mute you the entire journey. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, no, everyone. Yeah, you can unmute yourselves now, and then just everyone give us a wave, and I'm just going to take a quick picture. Thanks everyone for joining us these 2 days. It's been fantastic. There you go. Got it. Fantastic. Cool. Okay. Well, it was nice to meet you all. If you haven't already, add us on LinkedIn, follow us on Twitter. Let's keep talking in Discord. We'll be doing lots more stuff like this as we go forward. Look out for the NFTs that we'll be sending out for the proof of attendance. Look out for the actual the Working Fintech NFTs. They're aimed at corporates, so we're selling those at $50,000. If any of you wants to buy one, drop us a line. But we're aiming them at corporates, and then the idea is that to be fed back into this community. And we'll be looking at forming a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, probably later on in the year as well. So stick in with the community. You can get involved in all of that. Thank you so much, and let's keep in contact, and we'll hopefully see you again, maybe at Easter. I think we're planning for the next one. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you everyone.
Have a good day.
Cheers. Bye.
Cheers.
Thank you.
See ya later.